Test, test, mic test 246, CW design build test, CW design build test. test, test. Construction World, Design Build, Conclave and Awards, test, test, test. Mic testing. Construction World, Design, Build, Conclave and Awards, test. Thank you. evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the event shortly, requesting you all to kindly please make yourselves comfortable and to also please place your mobile phones on the silent mode. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening and a warm welcome to all of you. I'm delighted that you could join us here today for Construction World Design, Build, Conclave, and Awards. India's largest circulated construction magazine with over 250,000 readers every month, Construction World is celebrating its Silver Jubilee year. In 2021, its 25th year, we started undertaking a journey to various cities in India to felicitate stalwarts who have contributed towards strengthening our built environment. And we continue to do so in the 26th year, that is 2022. Is powered by Panasonic, Conclave partner MS Agarwal Foundries, co-partner Bostik India, associate partner Tata Pravesh and MYK Arment, luxury partner Mercedes Silverstar, knowledge partner Housing.com, association partner Narradco Telangana Real Estate Developers Association, Builders Association of India, Telangana, Telangana Realtors Association. So my dear friends, don't forget to click pictures and post them using our hashtags, hashtag CWDB Hyderabad, hashtag Construction World. So before we begin, a short introduction to Construction World. 26 years old and going strong, Construction World is India's largest circulated construction magazine with copies distributed across 800 cities in India and overseas. Construction World prides in delivering the most authentic, trusted, up-to-date, and timely information about the construction business and has been honored with several awards, including the CIDC Vishwakarma Award. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a good look at the screens for the ASAP Info Global film.
Not merely talk the talk. And it is inspiring to be amidst people like you sitting here.
For this effort. I'm delighted to be here this evening, and I'm here particularly for this function.
Congratulate the organizers for drawing our attention and focusing attention on this very important area.
Pododo, who is responsible for conceptualizing this idea.
aspire for this event this evening, underscoring India's commitment
Can we give this a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Indeed, more power to ASAP and for global film. And ladies and gentlemen, we are Indians and we believe in the tradition that before we begin any auspicious program, we remember God through the lamp lighting ceremony, for which now I would request our dignitaries to please come on to the stage to do the honors. Mr. Pratap Padore, founder, Construction World, and founder and president of the First Construction Council, I request you to please step forward. Mr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, founder, chairman, and board member at Science, request you to please step forward. Mr. J.V.S. Ramakrishna, business leader, Smart Cities and Smart Utilities, L&T, to please step forward. Mr. P. Ravi Shankar, vice president and head of Transit-Oriented Development Project Control and Contracts, L&T Metro Rail, Hyderabad, to please step forward. Mr. Dinesh Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, Panasonic Life Solutions, to please step forward. Yes, I request our dignitaries to please do the honors for the lamp lighting ceremony.
गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय
Can we have a photo opportunity with all our dignitaries?
गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Thank you so much, dignitaries, for doing the honors. And with that, we officially begin this wonderful event. Yes, I would now like to call upon Mr. Pratap Padore to welcome the gathering and to tell us more about the Construction World Design Build Conclave and Awards multi-city tour. But before he comes onto the stage, a few words about him. A trailblazer who first blazed the trail in financial journalism with his chartered accountancy background, he turned to addressing the needs of the construction, infrastructure, and manufacturing sectors through ASAP Info Global Group, set up in 1999. He is the recipient of the Asian Multimedia Publishing Awards and Best Journalist at the CIDC Vishwakarma Awards. He has campaigned for steel quality emissions norms for construction equipment, for changes in the Municipal Act and the land acquisition policy. Mr. Padore, yes, over to you, sir. The stage is all yours. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Padore? Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, Hyderabad. Welcome and good evening to ladies and gentlemen for Construction World Design Build Conclave and Awards in the city of Hyderabad. when you land in the city, whenever I always felt that Hyderabad was one city which had the potential but was being held back for several years. Until, of course, the states were created in a harmonious manner, and then suddenly the potential started seeming to emerge. And now, if you look at the city, you can see the infrastructure actually helping the city thrive. I mean, any company now is looking to set up base in India. Hyderabad probably is one of in the first set of considerations. The real estate price, the infrastructure, and I know a lot of people might say that the real estate prices are a little too high, but then we're talking in comparison with other cities which are options for investors. So Hyderabad is a city whose time has come. And we are very happy to be here to celebrate the winners from Hyderabad. Winning and awards, there's something very peculiar about this. One, that there is competition. Two, that means we are talking about the best. And that's what makes awards special. And so, one thing is certain, we are going to be this evening with the best in the building industry in Hyderabad. And we are setting benchmarks for more others who will use these as benchmarks for in the years to come or in the awards to come. So the seeds have been sown for competition and for becoming the best. That's what awards are about. As you saw images in the video of Construction World, we complete 25 years of Construction World this year. And those images were images or videos of people who were at our award functions in several years before, while they held positions. So you saw Minister Kamal Nath when he was heading the roads and highways. At that point in time, he said, we need to beat 20 kilometers per day. Now, our Minister Nitin Gadkari is saying we need to beat 50 kilometers a day. So really we can see that the infrastructure pace, aspiration has just doubled over a period of time. Just a decade earlier, and within a decade we are talking about, and now recently National Highway Authority has set a new record that within 4 days they have created 72 kilometers of road, which is a world record. So I think, we should be proud as India to be able to reach that stage that we are delivering, executing projects at that level, in that speed. And yes, when we give awards, we also look at quality. Because in the quest for speed, we cannot ignore quality, we cannot ignore safety, we cannot ignore sustainability. And those are some of the pillars of the awards that you will witness this evening. I have a small presentation on Hyderabad, and possibly that might set the tone for what discussions we are going to see ahead in the panel discussions to follow. So very quickly, first about Construction World, the magazine that is distributed across 800 cities in India, and it provides you information on the trends, technologies, contracts, contacts. Some of the covers done in the recent past, including the years of the pandemic. And of course, we also have Construction World Man of the Year. So I think we had Mr. KVB Reddy of L&T Metro, maybe you can't see the image here, and Mr. Brijesh Dikshit from Maha Metro Rail. So our social media presence has grown, particularly during the pandemic, a lot more. We also have this facility on WhatsApp, which gives you news on a daily basis. So all you got to do is just take a photograph of this slide, and then you can dial that number or scan that code, and you will start receiving. So this is a time you can just take a picture of this slide, and then maybe later on give a missed call on this number, and you will start receiving construction news. This is our digital service called CW Gold, which gives you a power of 5. 5 magazines are provided all within this bouquet of CW Gold on the website, which is now reaching more than 250,000 unique visitors every month. So here we are on Hyderabad and its real estate. This is a lot of the knowledge is courtesy housing.com, REA India. So new supply and sales. If you see all the southern cities, the highest share in supply and demand comes from Hyderabad. You look at Bangalore, you look at Chennai, and you look at Hyderabad. Just look at the difference. Virtually, I think Chennai hasn't even started, and Bangalore, it is double of Bangalore in terms of new supply. So always new supply is a coin with two sides. When you have too much of new supply, prices are going to be slightly held back and not be on fire. And of course, sales we have seen are also in terms of units. Yet in the further slides, we'll also dissect certain quarters. Of course, you can see Mumbai, Pune, much larger markets there. And therefore, obviously, the south has a lot of room on the top as the city to grow. Now, residential market activity for the first quarter 2022. This is sales. Now, sales have surpassed the bottomed out levels of second wave of pandemic. So, second wave of pandemic was Q1 21. Of course, Q2 20, which is here, is 1,100 units. Q1 21, quarter 1 21 is 7,720 units. And now, quarter 1 22, 6,560 units. Quarter 1 20 was pre-pandemic. Okay, pre-pandemic was 5,550 units. Quarter 1 22, 6,560 beats pre-pandemic level quarter. Okay, now in terms of ticket sizes, most apartments sold in the more than 1 crore category. You see the growth of quarter 1 versus quarter 1 21 versus quarter 1 22. A growth of 45% versus 23% growth. Of course, growth would be on a base year, but 45% is in the 1 crore plus category. 23% is in a 45 to 75 lakh category. So the growth factor is maximum there. People preferring 3-bedroom hall units much more, 50%, nearly the same as 48% in last year. Anyway, the preferences for 3 BHKs are pretty high in either case. Top localities which are driving sales in Hyderabad. So Tellapur, Kokapet and Kondapur, key micro markets for home buying. But we can discuss this during the panel, what everybody thinks. And you have plenty of experts who will tell you what's right about this and what's wrong about this. Okay, new supply. So Q1 22, like I said, was nearly double of Q1 21, a 92% year-on-year jump. Quarter on quarter, 26% down. It's a sequential quarter, so I think we compare, since there is seasonality, we have seasons and there is seasonality in this market. So we compare the quarters, so the supply is pretty high right now. And the ticket size again of 1 crore plus is high, and so is the 75 lakh to 1 crore ticket size is also strong pipeline. Again, we have a large 58% in the new supply category coming on 3 BHKs as against 48%. So more developers are focused on providing 3 BHKs now in the new supply. Price trends. Yes, this is what we are interested in. So the trend is up. So if you go from Q1 21, 5713 to 6,100, so you can definitely see a 10%, I would say, near about 10%. Yes, okay, let's say 8% rise. Weighted average, this is a weighted average across multiple localities. And if you compare with pre-pandemic level, 5,461, that's the number to see actually. Pre-pandemic, what was the demand for housing versus now? So obviously when there is new supply coming up, there will be unsold inventory, and sure as hell, unsold inventory has just jumped. Between last year and now, we've got nearly 33,000 units up. So virtually doubled, close to double. Obviously there's going to be downward pressure on the price. So which is good news for those who want to buy, and not so good for those who've got ready stock to sell. But I think there is a seasonality in this, and it's going to be temporary. Very soon, people have realized during the pandemic somehow that they need to conclude their decisions on house buying. And people are preferring a larger house, which can accommodate a home office as well. And the children can also educate themselves online. So those all needs have actually led to this kind of a larger house buying spree. So here are the conclusions. So we have surpassed the pre-COVID level, 53% growth Q1Q in Q1 22. These are the localities which are most sought after. 1 crore price bracket drives demand. New supply has grown 2 times year on year in Q1 22. Price continues to grow. We've seen more than 10-12% over pre-pandemic levels, and the unsold inventory has also grown at a high pace. So, ASAP Info Global Group also has the 2 councils, First Construction Council and Smart Cities Council. Smart Cities Council is a council based out of the US. We have been heading the council's franchise for India for the last 8 years. And we advise city administration on what the gaps are in their city development plans, and we provide them solutions through our members, what solutions they can offer. A lot of them mostly technological across waste, water, governance, energy, and so on. We hold this annual event. This is the 7th Smart Urbanation event happening in Mumbai on 26th, 27th August. And I encourage all of you to participate in this event. Speaking of technology, in construction, McKinsey report says that the construction sector is the slowest in adapting to technology. I was just talking to Mr. Reddy about this, that the biggest scope in sale of technology is the construction sector, because they've just not adapted as much. They have plenty of people, plenty of paper, and plenty of logistics to carry the paper from one end to another, even though there are technological solutions available. But then new technologies are coming, whether it's drone, whether it's geospatial, whether it's BIM. A lot of work is happening in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet for India as much. There are so many BIM operators in India, but for the world, not yet but they are mostly working, 70 to 80% working for global markets. And that has to change, and it has begun to change. Even the government is now issuing tenders on BIM. So things will change before we know it. It's time to adapt to the change. This technology summit gives you a whole lot of a window into this area. And with that, I now encourage you to participate in the discussions that are to follow. And of course, this evening is for the winners. So let's give the winners a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Padode, for the valuable insights and for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted by the presence of Padma Shri Mr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy amongst us. Mr. Mohan is credited with pioneering the computer-aided design, computer-aided manufacturing culture in India, introducing the computer systems for design and manufacturing applications as far back as 1982. He has established the Engineered in India brand, providing design engineering services to global companies, including Boeing, Airbus, Pratt & Whitney, Bombardier, Philips, Siemens, and Westinghouse. So now I would request Mr. Padode to please step forward to do the honors in felicitating Padma Shri Mr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy. So would you like to speak a few words?
Thank you. So very good evening to all of you. Let me thank Pratap Padode for honoring me this evening with the felicitation. I'd like to congratulate him in completing 25 years as a publisher with an outstanding track record. I keep saying 25 years is not too short span in the lifespan of an organization. It requires enormous amount of effort in building organizations which will last for 25 years. It's a fairly large period in the lifespan. So congratulations again, Pratap, for building that great organization. It's construction world, construct, design and build. Design, build, it says. It's fairly close to heart to me because we as a company also describe ourselves as a company which does design and build. We decided about 8 years back that our ability to design gives us a right to play in the building market, build in the sense manufacture them. So some of the work that we do for some of the best companies that have been mentioned in my profile, we build those products for them. Some of them actually in an SEZ, which is right in the GMR airport in Hyderabad. But more interestingly to all of you come from the construction world. You must have seen those numbers that the government of Telangana released in the last few weeks, talking about the progress Telangana has made in the technology world. I'm not calling it any longer IT because it's surpassed information technology. It's now just technology play that's cutting across every possible area that you can conceive about. And the numbers are very encouraging. We talked about 1.8 lakh crores of exports from Hyderabad, or creating 1.5 lakh jobs, or absorbing about 3.4 million square feet in the first quarter itself. All that augurs very well with your business. Because what we need for technology industry to prosper is infrastructure. We need buildings. We need good buildings. We need good quality buildings. We need quality buildings with value. So therefore, there is enormous amount of opportunity in front of you because we believe that this technology will continue to grow. It's become all pervasive. You tell me an industry and I'll tell you a number of examples of how it is being used. So which means that you'll see more amount of growth. And one of the things that we require for making sure that the industry would grow is real estate, construction and infrastructure. Along with this, of course, we require resources, where I spend a lot of my time in education. But opportunities are many for all of you, and I will wish you all the very best for success for every one of you who is here in the room. With that, let me conclude once again by thanking Construction World and my good friend Pratap for honoring me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for talking to all of us, and thank you for your kind words. Yes, may I now invite Mr. JVS Ramakrishna, Business Leader, Smart Cities and Smart Utilities, L&T, to present his address and a few words about him. 23 years of experience in technology, strategy, business development, P&L leadership, global delivery, and building high-performance cross-domain teams, currently working as CTO, Smart Cities, and Head Strategy for L&T's Smart World business. He is focused on solving complex problems of both physical and digital world in urban infrastructure realm, leveraging 5G, IoT, AI, digital big data, and communication technologies. He also holds Vice Chair role for IEEE IAS Madras chapter. Please put your hands together for Mr. JVS Ramakrishna.
Very good afternoon. I'm a technologist, so first let me put a disclaimer that, I'm not a real estate guy. Okay, so the keynote address on perspective of real estate would be a misnomer, but let me add a few words. Technology has been a great enabler in our world, especially in the physical world. Like Mr. Pratap was talking about, construction has been one of the least sector which has adopted the technology, but I should tell you, I represent L&T. In our company, the amount of technology intervention that has gone into the construction side has been enormous. There are a number of case studies that we have leveraged. Some of the examples I can actually take today, what we have been doing. The typical remote, site working, connected, equipment. How do you measure the OEE of this equipment? I mean, some cranes, old, retrofitted with new sensors. So today our leadership has got a dashboard which actually gives a clear picture of all the equipment that are used, plant and machinery used across the country. Having said that, I actually represent smart cities, which is actually a bit closer to what the infrastructure we are talking about. We run around 25 city operation centers in the country, both for municipalities and the police. From the technology perspective, in the real estate, I think few things are happening. I mean, while we may say that it is not adapted, but what we have seen a big trend is that a lot of technology adoption is happening. One is in the building technology per se, which I'm not expert at, but on the core technology, one of the use cases which I have seen recently is about utilization of newer technologies like metaverse, for example, especially when the 5G adoption is happening across. Metaverse has been well talked about, which is very relevant to the real estate, where the customer experience is going to transform. Rather than having a physical prototype, people can actually use these technologies to really see the construction, see the model, see the interior, see the design, and choose what to buy without even really seeing physically what it is. I think that's one of the most important use cases which I can think about, which is immediately talked about in the industry. And we also have seen quite a few things coming using a bit of robotics in the construction technology. In fact, today morning, I was exchanging some video with one of our construction friend in terms of a robot which actually which can do bricklaying to build a house in a very fast time. So I think there are quite a few things that can be leveraged. So what I will only say is that I would request this community to really explore these newer technologies, because they're going to transform the way you take to your customer the offerings, and it's really going to change the experience and your selling value proposition. I think with that, I would like to conclude, because I would be the most odd man out here to talk about real estate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramakrishna, for, yes, the valuable inputs there. Yes, for the keynote address, Metro and its impact on real estate market in Hyderabad, may I now invite Mr. P. Ravishankar, Vice President and Head of Transit-Oriented Development Project Control and Contracts, L&T Metro Rail Hyderabad. A few words about him. Mr. Ravishankar brings with him over 2.5 decades of experience and is currently responsible for Hyderabad's metro key revenue streams of real estate development, advertisement, and other non-fare business. Having been associated with the growth story of Hyderabad, he was earlier the Chief Operating Officer of L&T InfoCity Limited, which developed the high-tech city in Hyderabad and various IT parks at Colombo, Kolkata, Vizag, and Vijayawada, and a mega residential township, Serene County in Hyderabad. Over to you, Mr. Ravishankar.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to be part of this conclave to exchange some ideas on real estate growth in Hyderabad and how Hyderabad Metro has helped that process. I think just for an introduction, I think a lot of you must be knowing, Hyderabad Metro Rail is the world's largest public-private partnership metro rail. Because most of the metros which are implemented because they are large infrastructure projects are done predominantly in the government sector. Hyderabad is possibly an exception to that. It also has significant amount of real estate development, which is integrated with the project. So it's a very novel scheme of an integrated transit solution along with transit-oriented development. It has about 70 kilometers of elevated metro system passing through the city of Hyderabad across 3 corridors, and has an opportunity of 18.5 million square feet of real estate development along these corridors. So I think a case in point could be, I think, the Hong Kong Metro, which has a similar model of transit plus urban development. I think if we all look at the perspective, we are all in the midst of a significant rapid urbanization, which is happening across the world and more so in India as well. These are some of the statistics which are there. We are currently at about 35% urbanized people living in the cities, which is rapidly likely to grow to about 41% by 2030 and maybe about 50+% by about 2050. So I think cities are crumbling. They need infrastructure to support this growth. And some of the aspects which actually are the challenges for this growth are probably addressed by transit systems and transit orientation of development or the real estate growth. In simple terms, transit-oriented development is something which is centered around the key transit nodes of either a metro station or a bus rapid transit system node or a station. And you have some built forms which have predominantly commercial and office-centric activities very close to the nodes. And in the secondary zone, you have residential development. So that's the overall concept which a lot of cities in the advanced world have actually adopted. What it does is it promotes high-density development, mixed-use development in the urban forms which I mentioned across these corridors. It enables significant amount of transit comfort for accessing these facilities. So it actually reduces significant amount of pollution in the urban environment. And also the travel efficiency significantly improves. So people, downtowns are something which cities can't do away with. Even in Hyderabad, I think the Western hub is the downtown more or less, with a lot of people actually accessing this place and going back in the evening. So that can get helped by transit systems which are able to transport high speed, high volume traffic. These are some of the key learnings from global metros. What it does for the real estate is something which is captured here. If you look at the examples, what it says is there will be a significant uptick in the capital values once the metro actually is commissioned in a particular area. There will be a rental premium which will get accrued on account of the accessibility and importance of those assets. And they will have transformational impact on the local dynamics also. wherein the overall economic activity will improve. These are some of the examples. I think like Hong Kong Metro is a very classic case of capturing value by way of the transit system and using that value, putting back into the overall project to further finance transit development. So it's a sustainable transit finance and urbanism model, which is well successfully accepted. DMRC, which is the first metro in the country, the Delhi Metro Rail, it has seen a lot of capital value appreciation in the transit corridors along the metro. And some exponential growth examples also are there available, like the East London Canary Wharf situation, where that area got transformed into a major financial center post the transit system development there. Of course, Dwarka is another example in Delhi, where significant uptick in the capital values occurred post the metro development. The government also is significantly focused on transit orientation of development. So there's a national TOD policy which has been brought about, which actually encourages densification of development along the transit corridors. And many cities have started adopting already, where they have transit systems. I think in future, most of the urban development will start moving to have high quality connect. Coming to Hyderabad Metro Rail, some of the salient aspects, like I said, it's a very large integrated development project. Some of the technology advancements which are there in the field have already been adopted for the first time in this project. We have the first communication-based train control system, which actually allows very high frequency of train operations. This is the first time adopted in India amongst any metro. We have state-of-the-art rolling stock, and there'll be a lot of regeneration of power to make it sustainable. In terms of construction, I think some of you from Hyderabad would have noticed that a lot of precast construction has been done, which actually brought down the inconvenience, has also helped faster construction. And also, this is the largest investment made by L&T in a single city. So this is a PPP project. In terms of the overall corridors, if you see, there are 3 lines. Line 1, which is a red line, which starts from Miapur in the northwestern hub, going up to the southeastern part, LB Nagar. This is the longest corridor of about 29 kilometers. We have a east-west line, western hub, Raidurg, starting up to eastern part of Nagol, which is about 27 kilometers. And then we have a green line, which is about 11 kilometers in the core city of Hyderabad. All these land parcels are the ones which are available as part of the project for development of transit-oriented developments. So some of these are already commissioned, and as you would see, these nomenclature, I think because it's a concession, which is a finite period, predominantly the focus is on developing commercial assets, which is commercial office or retail assets. At the end of the concession period, these assets, along with the metro, will get transferred back to the government. These are some of the operational transit-oriented developments which are functioning. One of the key notable aspect is the interconnect between the metro station and the building by way of a skywalk. So eventually, if a lot of these developments get connected to the metro system, it actually creates a streetscape parallel to the ground level, helps in decongestion, and promotes higher growth. We've all been seeing international examples, so we also were curious what the Hyderabad Metro has done to Hyderabad in terms of the real estate valuation or the catalyzation. So we commissioned a study by a reputed property consultant recently, and these are some of the findings of that study. So if you look at the period between 2012 to 17, that's a time frame prior to the metro, where Hyderabad has been on a growth curve. And we've mapped a period beyond the commissioning of metro in 2017 and going forward. So if you look at the statistic, in the pre-metro, I think in the commercial office space, in one micro market, which is the Raidurg high-tech city node, the western hub, The pre-metro had a 5-year period supply of about 11.2 million square feet, which got enhanced to 23.8 million. And that growth has increased from about 9% to about 12%. So this actually is one indicator that there's a catalyst phenomenon which is working because of the metro in terms of accentuating the growth. Same thing is also reflected in the lease rental CAGR. Coming to the residential, we've chosen 3 micro markets, which are the hubs of the transit nodes: Raidurg, Miapur in the northern hub, and Nagol in the eastern hub. In terms of supply of residential stock and the capital value, again, you see a similar trend that it got accentuated post the metro development from the pre-metro levels. So I think this actually gives us the impression that I think going forward, real estate development in urban environments have to be oriented on high-speed corridors or transit connects. Today, Hyderabad possibly cannot imagine itself without a metro rail. You see almost about 4 lakh people, 3.5 to 4 lakh people traveling daily in the metro, and possibly that results into so much of passenger car units reduction on an average, and also significant amount of carbon footprint reduction annually. So by way of catalyzing Hyderabad's real estate growth, which is basically enabling continuing growth of the Western hub, which is the preferred destination. Otherwise, I think without metro, this area would have started crumbling much faster, the high-tech city and the financial district. The government is also looking at enhancing this connectivity by way of EBRTS and expansion of the metro network and all. It is also helping disperse development in newer hubs, which is Miapur and Nagol, as also rejuvenating the city center, because as the metro passes, those corridors get densified ribbon development, and there will be a lot of redevelopments happening which are there in the existing urban form. So I think this is, in summary, I think if we can quickly say that the Hyderabad Metro Rail has significantly helped catalyze Hyderabad's real estate growth story, and continued improvement in the infrastructure will only take this forward. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Ravi Shankar, if you can please remain on stage. I request Mr. Padode to please step forward to present a small token of appreciation. I would also request Mr. JVS Ramakrishna to please step forward for the felicitation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a good look at the M.S. Agarwal film.
Every construction site has a never-ending problem. Cutting and bending TMT bars to the required measurements and shape. You face shortages of labor, space, and loss of strength of TMT bars, and you even waste precious time. Huge quantity of TMT bars gets wasted, and so does your hard-earned money. Selling the scrap becomes another headache. The scrap can be stolen, loss of money yet again. Stop losses. Stop stress now. Switch to AF Star TMT bars. One-stop solution for all your cut and bend requirements. We have imported sophisticated technology Schnell from Italy. Customer has to just provide us with the drawings, and we in turn make bar bending schedule. BBS, which goes to customer for approval, and once approved, we customize the steel as per provided shapes and forms. MS Agarwal Foundries Private Limited is a leading primary steel producer of South India, pioneer in steel industries since 1961.
May I now invite Mr. Dhirendra Srivastava, Head Approval, Sales and Marketing, MS Agarwal Foundries Private Limited, to tell us about their offerings. And let me just give you a brief introduction about Mr. Srivastava. He comes with 18 years of experience and is responsible for increasing sales growth and driving sales, identifying prospective clients, generating business from the existing clientele to meet the business targets and objectives. Over to you, sir.
It was first in our slide, there is a primary producer. So I'll start with primary producer. Nowadays, we have a convention like primary producer means there are Steel Authority of India, Vizag Steel, well-known Tata Steel, JSW. So primary is not a brand, primary is a process. This, we have in southern region, we have our plant, and we have two plants. One is in Mantralayam, where we are manufacturing sponge iron through iron ore, coal, and dolomite. And second one is in Medchal. So both the plant are ISO certified at 9,000, 14,000, 18,000. And recently, we also got this capacity expansion from Ministry of Environment, Delhi. So our this capacity is 6 lakhs metric ton per annum. These are certificates and licenses. As I told you, ISO 9000, 14, and 18,000. MS round also we are manufacturing as per IS 432. This is our Medak plant ISO certification. This is for our Mantralayam plant, where we are manufacturing sponge iron. These are all BIS certification license. These are sectors where we have scattered so far: road and bridge, railways, thermal power, seaport, building infrastructure, irrigation. We are in South India, after JSW, we are approved from Indian Railway, that is RDSO. These are all state-wise how we are performing. As very obvious, we have a Medak plant where we are manufacturing TMT bar. So this turnover is that source very high. This is in Telangana state. We have a presence in AP, Tamil Nadu, and our segmentation is mainly wherever this primary, like those who are manufacturing from iron ore, we are there. Like Karnataka state, Tamil Nadu. Recently, we have started also supplying Kerala, one of National Highway Authority of India flyover. These are sector-wise how we are doing. As this state highway, NHI, and more, our major business comes from. This is 28, roughly 28%. This is the major where we are, and then after 25% are coming from the dealer distribution network. These are product portfolio. We are into TMT bar, billet, MS round bar, and we have a specialty for cut and bend. As per bar bending schedule, we manufacture. This is total flow chart, how we are doing. Coal, we are importing from South Africa through Gangavaram port. And iron ore, major we are taking from National Mines Development Corporation, that is Bellary Mines, Karnataka. and dolomite we take from Kadapa mines. So basic these three raw material we are mixing together. First part we are manufacturing sponge iron. As when we take iron ore, it is a form of Fe2O3. In universe there is also Fe3O4, but that oxide content is not economic viable in Fe3O4. So that's why whosoever is manufacturing from iron ore, they take majorly this Fe2O3. And in Fe2O3, you generally this iron ore which we take from the mines, during the mines, it is having Fe content is 60 to 64%. So during the DRI, direct reduction of plant, sponge iron, now this Fe content has increased again 80 to 84%. And any grade of steel, if you are manufacturing, there is a Fe content must be 98 to 99%. So balance, where we are doing balance, we are increasing this Fe content in SMS steel melting shop. There is a electric arc furnace. And there is a guideline by the Ministry of Steel, whosoever is having blast furnace, corex furnace or electric arc furnace, they can control the chemistry. Like one of the biggest enemy of steel is sulfur and phosphorus. So those who are having this kind of infrastructure, they can control chemical properties, basically sulfur and phosphorus, because it comes from the, when you add during the making the sponge iron, it comes from the coal and iron ore and dolomite. Because there are roughly 24 impurities are there when you take iron ore from the mines. Later on it is reduces and refined and purified. So in this steel melting shop, through electric arc furnace, we are doing decarbonization as per steel grade. Like if you are manufacturing Fe415, there should be some 0.3%. If you are coming for D grade like 500D, 550D, again you have to control this carbon content 0.25%. And very important and very critical to maintain sulfur and phosphorus here. And you can control by the blast or corex or electric arc furnace by the process of desulfurization and dephosphorylation. Later it goes for concast continuous machine, where basically we are manufacturing billet. And finally it goes for TMT manufacturing. This is a thermomechanical treatment. Earlier it was CTD bar. Now technology come in thermomechanical treatment. Now after coming this thermomechanical treatment technology, this bar is having a flexibility, having a strength as well as flexibility. Earlier this CTD bar, they don't have a flexibility. That's why this technology came into the picture, thermomechanical treatment, TMT bar. This is a iron ore. It is a form of oxide, coal and dolomite. This is stage-wise how our quality control department is checking, like hold point 1, whether it is as per code or not, like iron ore, coal and dolomite. Again, there is a process for making this sponge iron. Then if it is desired level like 0 to 5 mm, then goes for again hold point 2. Again they check whether it is as per required level. This is finally, now it is sponge iron having a carbon content is 80 to 84%. It is not steel, but it is having a magnetic property. This is after making sponge iron, again there is a hold point 3. They check as per required level, desired level. Then again there is very critical process is SMS steel melting shop, electric arc furnace, desulfurization, dephosphorylation, one of the critical thing in steel. And there is a term in primary producer, secondary producer. Why this comes? Because secondary producer in layman language, they don't have facility to control chemical properties. That's why it is called secondary. Whosoever can control this sulfur phosphorus chemical control can be material is as per well-known brand. Then again it goes for whether it comes confirmed. Then again there is it is taken a chemical analysis. Then goes for molten metal shifted from furnace. There is a subsequent process. Finally it comes for as per whether it is as per IS code or not, 1786 TMT bar. And again, after making this billet, there is a process hold point 7 checking for temperature. If it is not having a 990, then again goes for backward calculation, then goes for roughing mill intermediate, and finally it comes for thermax quenching process, TMT bar process. There are so many checking points like what is the velocity, what is the linear temperature, because it all very much important for when you are making a grade, because grade comes from these process. These are all approvals where we have so far got from the central government, state government. We are approved from railways, even this NHI, National Highway Authority of India, and Army Welfare, EPIL. These are all so far we have received. We are our major business 75% comes from flyover. And major we are supply to NHI. And also we are supplying in RVN and Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. Again, it's a flyover project. We have a Jubilee Hills, LB Nagar, this Bala Nagar flyover. We have supplied almost 80% our quantity. All over India. Even we are touching to right now MP, Gujarat, and Bharat Heavy Electricals. Through Bharat Heavy Electricals, we are supplying in UP, because in Rajasthan also. And first time we are also developed a CRS TMT bar, corrosion resistance TMT bar, and this is just because of BHEL. We got order and we supplied. Almost all over India, wherever we have economic viability, not in eastern part and not extreme north. Thank you, because time is so much constrained.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Srivastava, please, if you can remain on stage. I request Mr. Padode to please step forward to present a small token of appreciation. Thank you so much, dignitaries. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move forward to the first panel discussion, Rethinking Architectural Methodology. We'll deliberate on the need for rethinking and improving architectural methodology in the pursuit of better work. The speakers will discuss the current design practices and whether lean architecture is the key for design-build success in India. I now invite our moderator, Mr. Ajay Kumar, Senior Executive Director, CBRE, a data-driven and insightful leader who is passionate about growing teams and dreams, from private startup to a Fortune 500 company in over 3 decades. Mr. Kumar has enjoyed many executive positions that has taught him values in business transformation, change management, and leadership development. And now I would invite our speakers onto the stage. Architect Ramakrishna Shenoy, Principal Architect, Arcade Science Studio. He has over 23 years of experience as an architect and has worked and collaborated with multiple firms over the years. He has participated in the design of a few prestigious projects and has won multiple design competitions. Architect Rupam De, Director, SEP Architects. During the last 11 years in SEP Architects, Mr. De has developed clientele in Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Mumbai, and instrumental in delivering various projects for L&T, GMR, Phoenix, Nesco, etc. Architect Rajiv Kumar Sharma, Managing Director, Design House. Architect Sharma has more than 16 years of diversified experience and is instrumental in developing the Design House from a 2-member team in 2016 to a congregation of around 100 proficient architects, engineers, and project managers who have been associated with prestigious projects for clients such as ICICI Bank, ITC, Intel, Shell India, Voxin, ISK, Con, Aurobindo, Pharmacy, Concept, Ambience, etc. Architect Raj Amudullah, Principal Architect, Raj Architects. With over 18 years of experience, Mr. Raj Amudullah has been proficient in obtaining effective solutions for critical design challenges, while not having compromised on the strategic efficiencies. He has several large-scale architectural projects to his credit, worked under a renowned Canadian architect, Yar Khan Choi. So now I hand it over to Mr. Ajay Kumar to take this discussion forward. All right, so let's begin with the panel discussion.
Well, good evening. It's a pleasure to be a part of this Construction World Design Build Conclave Awards. The topic of this panel discussion, rethinking architectural methodology, is a churn of thought to adapt to a beautiful tomorrow as the real estate market undergoes evolution. What was yesterday is old today, ushering in the need of newer methods in relation to the changing environment. The journey of creating adaptable as well as awe-inspiring spaces through the passage of time while discovering sustainable methods and rediscovering the simplicity of nature is not new, as it has been in vogue since ages. The concern is with social quality that was not alien to architectural movements of the past, and the uniqueness about the current design movement that we're seeing, which we might call as social sustainability, is the pragmatic outlook and its concern with tangible environmental results. Also, its apprehension about social quality of our buildings and cities in the long run. Environment, social, and governance, the ESG criteria buzz is louder than ever, as businesses increasingly focus on developing forward-looking strategies that take climate, social, and ethical issues into consideration. ESG is evolving from a peripheral balance sheet issue to a key component of investment decision-making for the real estate industry. The spotlight is increasingly on developer and occupier strategies to deliver non-zero target and contribute to the larger cause of climate change. Rethinking architectural methodology that is ESG compliant could lead to a substantial advancement in real estate development strategy. Trends indicate real estate projects with green certification, well certification extra, are now exceedingly being preferred by tenants. In India, the focus on better air quality over the past couple of years has meant that sustainable and green is not a long-term strategy, but also that some of these parameters are translating into immediate, almost tangible benefits to the occupiers. The gap between green and brown rental discounts has been widening, thus creating a better business proposition for building more sustainable and livable spaces. With government's focus on sustainability emphasized during the Union Budget 22-23, central and state governments are expected to bring in more stringent regulation to achieve their targets. Extreme weather events can lead to higher insurance premiums, capital expenditure, and operational cost, as well as a decrease in liquidity of the buildings. A recent CBRE report titled, "Is Sustainability Certification in Real Estate Worth It?" pointed out that sustainable buildings have shown lower operating cost over the years, which in turn is helping developers fetch premium rentals over traditional buildings. Also incorporating, as for today, ESG at the initial construction stage is much more cost effective than retrofitting buildings as per ESG norms. Now, with offices set to be the center of collaboration and improved productivity levels more than ever before, workplace designs would be recalibrated accordingly. Additionally, in response to the evolving work styles, occupiers are displaying stronger intention to increase the V space. Occupiers are expected to include spaces for unscheduled catch-ups and small to medium-sized meeting rooms for collaboration. we at CBRE believe that targeted mobility and activity-based work would be the top workplace preference, and most companies would plan to increase staff-to-desk sharing ratios. Overall, there is an upsurge of social awareness of environment, and each one of us has a role to play in designing, constructing, and maintaining sustainable spaces. With this, I will indulge our esteemed panelists to share their thoughts on rethinking architectural methodology. Well, nature in its raw form is beautiful at its best, and Ramakrishna Shenoy goes by the ideology not only beautifying spaces, but to make you feel beautiful within it. So Ramakrishna, how do you do that? And are you future-proofing design in today's norms?
Should I answer the first question about how do I make...
It would be nice to know as to how do you do that.
No, I think Ajay, of course, has picked it up from our website. The whole point here is that what we are trying to put across is that it's not just making a space look beautiful, but making you feel beautiful within it. For me, it's about, architecture is not about what it looks, but what it feels. So that's the larger philosophy. Does it justify it? Or?
Yes, it does. It was a catchy
Yeah,
phrase.
so it's about the feeling, because it's a very sensory experience for everyone. So that's the larger point that I'm making. Now, coming to the next question about how do I future-proof our buildings, whatever we design, or can we actually future-proof our buildings? The short answer is no. I'll be the devil's advocate for this round. So my short answer is no. The long answer perhaps will be too long. It might run into the future, so we don't have the time. The point here is, I'll quote Winston Churchill here, which he said that you can plan for the future. I mean, it's good to plan for the future, but can you plan for something which you cannot really see? So, I mean, the whole point here is, if we can really future-proof a building, I think there are two aspects to it. One is the building adaptable? So I think the more flexible the design, the more future-proof it is. Because more specific a function for a space, the more difficult it is. I think I said the more adaptable it is, the more easier to future-proof it. But more specific, more difficult. Do I have time? Can I?
Oh yes, please go on. I don't worry. I'll stop you when time runs
out. However, I think I'll be an optimist here. I'll just change. I'll see it from a different lens. I think humans are very emotional beings, right? And I think for us, the way we react to spaces could be through nostalgia, could be through memories, and as I said earlier, it's a very sensory experience. So, if we say that Charminar was designed as a future-proof building, I mean, the point is it's sustained, although it might be a wrong example in terms of a living building, in the sense of a building that functions. So if you go to Goa or Pondicherry or whatever, you see a lot of people buying those old houses and converting them and adapting it and living within it. The question is, were they designed that way? Did they think of it that way? And the short answer is no. But they aspired to create something which will affect people, which means there's a certain crafting in the architecture which people react to.
So how do you see the analogy of the Golconda Fort by itself, which has got a tunnel effect, which does not require an air conditioning today, as against in these places of Charminar also, if you look at it, it has got self-sustaining systems of water, air, and light. So was that not a part of the future being future-ready? Again, it's also about sustainable and using the existing elements that surrounds you.
Exactly. I think at that point of time, for them, what future they could perceive, or they said this is what it's going to be. Nobody at that point of time would have thought that someday at Hotel Hyatt, 5 people will be talking about the future. But the point is, at that point of time, their future, they felt this makes sense. I mean, because I think human beings always trying to evolve. We're trying to create something new, something better for the next generation. That's inherently, that differentiates us from perhaps the other species, although they also evolve. So evolution is an important aspect of, things which are changing. Let me bring out one point here. Today, anything which is new is old tomorrow. Like classic case, all our phones, I think we keep changing our phones. And interestingly, most companies design things which will not sustain for more than 10, 20 years, or maybe lesser. And that's a consumeristic market. It's a very capitalistic.
That's a consumer-centric emotion.
Absolutely. So does that apply to architecture also? That's the question. I mean, so if future-proofing is through technology, my counter-argument is no, it's through art.
Well, so let's hear from Rupam. While he has embedded the ethos of environment right in his identity of SEP, standing for space, environment, and planning, how do you think future-proofing would protect us against unprecedented crises? Now, we went through pandemic. We saw a crisis.
Yeah.
We had a situation. We had
Good
people
evening to all.
struggling.
Thank you, Ajay. And nice to meet all of you today. I think this question, when you shared with me yesterday, last night, and I realized that this is one of the very important topics all of us need to discuss, debate, because during the pandemic, I saw some of our project where we have planned for the mixed-use development with the office, retail, hotels, and then suddenly some of the decision comes that we probably have to take out the hotel. And some of our mixed-use project, we have seen the cinema industry is not doing well. Okay, let's drop the cinema. Now, this is probably what we have seen in the last 2 years. But look at the future proofing of the building. What is your question? We probably need to keep a target. And whenever I meet a client, I always tell them, let's try to design the building such a way that at any given circumstances, you can change it easily. And so that building is more flexible. Maybe you are planning for an office development. So look at, say, there are 100 million square feet office building is coming. What happened that office absorption suddenly comes down? Then, and I have seen that some of the office building converting into hospitals, and we are incorporating in the office building how to put the co-living within the building. Now these are situation, and you don't know, you cannot predict that what is going to be happen in next 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. Because when you design a building, you consider there is at least 60 to 80 years of the building age. Now, flexibility is one aspect. I think we as an architect and a structural consultant, we both needs to work together to make this building flexible, which can adapt based on certain demands. Tomorrow, if you need to convert an office building to a hospital, how you do it? If we can take care of all those issues of the different typology of building and what are the basic criteria we should take. Like if you convert an office, a couple of floors of office into retail, and you want to incorporate an escalator within that building, how do you do that? So this is more over a flexibility of the building. We all of us have to consider while designing a future-proofing building. Apart from that, I think technology plays a very important role. Look at a building, a residential building, which was designed, say, 15 years back, 20 years back, or 10 years back. Every apartment, say, having a Cat 5, Cat 6, or Cat 4 that time, whatever cables. Do you think anybody are using Cat 5, Cat 6 cable in the house? Is not required. Everybody is using Wi-Fi. Now, why you increase a shaft space to carry so much of optic fiber cables in the buildings? This kind of questions, we all need to do a lot of brainstorming. How this future technology, can be adaptable to the building what you design today. today you go to Chicago, you see that Willis Tower, which has been designed or operated at 1934. This building still that runs like in 100 years old building, like any building, best one of the grade A building in Chicago. So those kind of things, I think as an architect, we need to bring while discussing with the client, developers, tell them that this building, today you are getting us a 9 years lease sign with an office. What happened after 9 years? That building, go to the Begumpet, you see all these buildings. No client wanted to go there. Why? This has not been designed to cater in a long-term client solutions. So that is what my point is. We can debate and discuss more. I'd like to hear from others also.
But doesn't this throw out the challenge of the balance between the commercial viability of building a structure, which has got the wherewithal for futuristic overlay of changing itself or adapting to the particular situation at that point?
It cost an additional money. That is the calculation we have to do. You bring the topics of LEED building, GBC, green building certification, that costs little extra money. But look at the building. If you make a sustainable building, your operating cost comes up.
Let's hear from Rajiv Kumar, who says he would like to see his design challenge and stand out. So what do you say, Rajiv? How does this, Rupam says about technology which has changed over a period of time? But from an adaptability point of view, is just the technology matters, or does it matter that the design by itself has to be adaptable for the various natural elements that we live around with?
See, what we are talking about is like adaptability of the technology. It is basically the technology is improving a lot day by day. Now we have seen in past 2.5 years or 3 years, even a small kid who is not going to the school, now they have been trained to go for online classes or maybe using the technology in the best way to get the study. So we cannot leave technology apart from development or any kind of housing development or maybe from the architecture. We cannot separate it. So it has to be the part of the construction itself or the architecture itself. So how well we adapt those technologies into our building systems, that is most important thing. And the main thing what we would want to see that the technology has to be smart enough to reduce the cost from all the perspective, from the developer's perspective, the client perspective, or the manager perspective. So how their costs are reducing in terms of getting it technology-based, technology-driven systems. Like if suppose somebody, this is not occupied, okay. So how the system will operate if suppose a single person is there or multiple persons are there, how the technology will behave. So those kind of systems are there, and we have to adapt those kind of systems to reduce the energy and make system-driven buildings. So this is basically the aspect we cannot ignore. The building architecture has to adapt all these things apart from going into the aesthetics or making the building sustainable and then functional aspect of the building. We cannot leave the technology behind. So the need of the hour should be at what cost we are adapting those technologies. That is the most important thing. Why we leave basically the technology behind is just because of the cost. If suppose making this room as a smarter room, it costs very high. If suppose the cost is costing nothing to make this room as smarter room, surely all the people will adapt those kind of technology to make it smarter. So my concern would be how we can reduce the cost of the technology. So that the goal should be that if suppose, I'll give you the example of basically how Indian behave actually. The Indian behavior is like, we have seen during the COVID period, people using their mask after washing also. So this is the crude way of seeing the Indians, okay. So if people are so conscious about reducing the cost in buying a new mask for their own safety, how people will get basically technology driven for making his or her room smarter if their cost is getting doubled. So that should be the point of discussion, which everybody should get into that.
But isn't that behavioral change or the cultural change actually driving in through the advancement of various designs or the change in designs and the way the government is pushing for smart cities? We talk about it. There's a lot of push, there's a lot of talk on that. There's a lot of change that you see in the social economic settlement. People are looking at it differently. Now think about even the probable signals that we have outside. If it is properly put in, do you think people will not stop behind the zebra line? They would. So is it a balance between what you provide or what we provide as professionals in this industry to what we ask or expect people overall to follow through? So is that a cultural or a behavioral change has to come in from people, or is it otherwise that you're talking about?
Basically, there is a lot of difference in the cultural environment actually. I would say that people are not educated towards getting towards those kind of environment, okay. There is a huge difference of adaptation of the technology, okay. Some of the people have become smarter, and some of the people, maybe majority of the people, have not become to that smart to adapt those kind of things. So it is basically until unless we get 100% people smarter towards using what the technologies are available, will not be able to be successful towards this industry.
Before the others get into a debate with you, I want to ask Raj, because I know he looks at the socio-political scenario for his designs and other aspects of it. So what do you think is in the recent trends in terms of design that has been witnessed in the workplace? And again, to what Raji also mentioned, it's also about the change, the behavioral change. Was there any trends that was worth looking at? Or is there something that you want to kind of talk about which could be a good takeaway looking at the futuristic changes that might come in?
No, actually, the present trends, people are, after the pandemic, many people are used to do work from home. So the things has changed a lot. And the new technologies has come into the picture. People are used to this hybrid kind of a workspace now. And by this workspace, some people are saving the time in sense of things. But at the same time, some are getting mentally annoyed with the not interacting with the social network is not there for them, and things has changed a lot. So now actually the quality kind of a skilled people are used in it.
No, that's a very interesting point. Even as Pratap actually showed in his slides about Hyderabad or the way the market is moving, there has been a lot of movement as far as the spaces, as far as the units of residential units that has been sold. So which we have ourselves seen that there has been this movement. But again, from an adaptability point of view, now while there is a huge amount of supply coming up, let's talk about Hyderabad itself. Probably we should look at as to what is your take. I would leave it to any one of you to kind of answer. What is your take in probably making a differentiation in the way that we construct or we design? Forget construct. Construct comes later. It's about conceptualizing. It's about designing. It's about future readiness. And how do you kind of reduce the waste that generally comes in the overall construction sphere? It could be, we could probably lean to lean. We speak a lot about lean construction. So there could be something called lean architecture or the design of the space that you could do. So I'll leave it to any of you to talk about it.
Thanks, Ajay. Again, this is technology related. So our architectural industry also, we are adopting the latest softwares to ensure that, the wastage are absolutely, earlier days used to say plus minus 5%, plus minus 10%. So those are gone. Those days are gone. So using the Revit BIM technology, BIM, if people are not aware, it is building information modeling. We, from the beginning of our practice, we are working on BIM. And what we realized that you can produce a construction documentation with 100% accuracy, which means your QS team can generate the bill of quantities with 100% accuracy, and then your construction also can be monitored through the BIM. Now, this technology or softwares are helping to bring our practice more lean. That's why it's called lean architecture. Because integrating all the services with the architecture, you get the result what you are looking at. So you can see your building in 3D version much before it is constructed, and you can analyze each and every square feet of space in the building which has been properly utilized or not. Again, it's moreover future proofing. It helps to work on this technology and ensuring that wastage are almost nil. That's what I would say from an architectural point of view, that how to reduce the wastage. We tell our developers, whomever we are working, that you should not even consider there is any wastage. If we design in a futuristic building, there should not be anything on the wastage side.
No, actually you are saying it's a lean architecture, but architecture cannot follow the lean, no, because in architecture there are different kinds of elements. Every time the elements keep on changing. How come we can follow a lean systems? Because the technology is improving. Every day architect evolve new ideologies. The ideology can't be kept in a lean system. So every idea has different aspects in constructing the things. My idea is different and your idea is different. The ideology can be kept. The methodology can be used in a lean, but the formation cannot be done. That's what my opinion.
So the product is not something which can follow that. It's the process, which is lean. It's all about the process, like what we're talking about, how to cut the fat and keep it a very simple process, which helps any organization to reach the solutions faster and even to execute what you're talking about, technology through BIM and so on, to make it efficient to construct also.
I will add one point to it actually. As you talked about the wastage basically, wastage control we are not doing at all actually at the construction site. What we are talking about at the machine stage only. When you go to the site and you see that there are a lot of wastage happening at the site, basically if suppose that RMC comes, okay, and the quantity used for the RMC and some of the quantity is left over, okay, I have seen personally dumping of that RMC leftover to just like a wastage. They don't bother, the labor don't bother about how this is getting wasted. This is not my money. The labor thinks that way, okay. Even the steel rod, I would say that. The labor, they don't have the understanding how to save those things, okay. So we have to educate at the lower level also. We are talking about at the elite level that these things are happening, and then at machine level we are doing that. I'll give you the example. Until unless we save the wastage, will not become the superpower at all. China is the best example. China buys all the wastage from the world. China is the biggest importer and biggest exporter of steel. They import all the fans, whatever you have not used, or the slipper lines or the steel things, whatever the wastage cars or the wagon, they buy from the world and then they reuse it. So until unless we get aware of those kind of technology, will not become the superpower in terms of this technology.
With so much construction happening, I think it's a good business idea to reuse waste and reuse it.
Surely that is one of the best idea. If suppose somebody starts in that line and then uses of the wastage and then they just melt the steel and then roll it to something else.
In fact, I'd seen in one of the projects recently where I think in the building, one of the walls, they called it's the wall of reuse. So basically a lot of construction sites, well, the tiles which were left, so they, instead of throwing it off, they use it as a cladding, and it's become a work of art by itself in the facade. They've utilized it as one of the ways to actually use it. I remember in Korea once, one of the architects worked with plastic bottles, which became the entire facade, the entire facade of the building.
one of the important wastage is the glass, which happens normally actually, that you have the toughened glass, you cannot reshape it, you cannot recut that and then make into the shape. How to utilize the toughened glass? So those kind of things.
Rajiv, this is what the technology is. This is what the lean architecture is. Try to understand. If you create we are doing the tallest building here. If you create a beam model, and very specific, whether it's a glass quantities, or your concrete pouring quantities, all can be tracked through your design process
that is
beam
not
execution
going
process.
to the lower level, I would say, that who is executing the work.
I know.
So though I'm talking about that thing, we are just doing at the system level. Ultimately, it has to come from the lower level and it has to be executed at the lower level.
So very pertinent, but that's more towards the construction, or while we could kind of, get in or intervention, technology intervention could work through on the construction side of it. But today, when we are trying to look at the architectural methodology by itself, from a rethink point of view, just to take away from what you spoke about, you spoke about glass by itself. Today, I don't know, I think so probably this is one of the hottest summers that we are going through, literally seeing temperatures soaring so much.
Absolutely.
Now, do you think from an architectural point of view, the viability of using glass as a facade, continue to use that, is that the future thing tomorrow, or is that going to change? Or do you think that there is a change that is required from a facade point of view, from a point of view of sustaining proper climatic temperature right inside the working spaces, and also the effects of this particular glass facade that is happening on our environment around?
It's a good question. Look at the glass building. If you look at our real estate all over India, last 20 years or 25 years back, how many glass buildings were there? When these MNCs, corporates started coming, and then commercial office buildings started growing, glass buildings is the most easiest to construct and fastest to construct. If you look at construction time, I think the glass building you can construct much faster. These commercial real estate, office real estate, I would say office segment, has changed this glass box, and then developers also thinking this is the busiest way to do it. Make the slabs and put the glass, building cover, core and shell is done. But question coming back to you, whether the way weather is changing in our country, look at Hyderabad touching 47, 48, glass building is not viable option. Although glass technology have increased a lot, their coefficient values and all the things are increased a lot, that they provide you best coefficient, to energy efficient glass. But still, your operating cost of the building goes drastically high if it is a full glass building. So when we design, we try to minimize, but yes, there is a client demand, there is a multinational clients, they ask for a glass box, which is easier. You put a glass building, you put again blinds, blackout blinds to reduce the heat or the glare coming into the computers. Why? You may cut it, by treating the architectural treatment in the facade. So these are the challenges, and I think whole industry is going through this. Probably there will be a change. The architecture is also evolving at every stage.
All of you have the power of the pen in terms of literally creating the spaces and designing elements or the boxes that you say. Is there an out-of-box thought that you have, or that you could probably kind of bring it out in this forum, that could be futuristic from a point of view of probably one element, say the facade element by itself, which replaces glass? Maybe it reduces usage of blinds by itself, reduces the usage of AC or the air conditioning systems,
Absolutely.
or optimizes it. You can't kind of get away with it, but optimizes the
You
whole
have to
thing.
optimize,
So is there
focusing
something that
through
you
the
want to kind of
technology.
throw out here for
Yeah,
this forum?
it's focusing through the technology. That is the only way to optimize this. And facade also, you need to start looking at futuristic. So that facade, which can be still after 30 years, the next generation, they should not feel bored seeing the facade. The all iconic building globally, you see the 90 years, 80 years, 100 years old building is still very, very iconic. Why? Our architecture. Last 25 years of Indian real estate, you see, I think this building probably they will be demolishing in next 15, 20 years. They will demolish and again they will put the new building. So people, architects and the developers both together needs to think that we should construct a building which will live for next 60 years, 80 years. And that's what a thought process I think we should all keep considering the technology adaptability in the building. Nowadays, glasses are coming where you don't need to put blinds inside. You know, the glass automatically with the solar direction that, you know, it's blind out. So that your cost of air conditioning, energy cost is drastically come down. So all this technology-oriented thought process we all need to think while designing a building.
You see, I have a slightly different point of view here. This, of course, what you're talking about, you know, this glass facade, it's almost like you create the problem first and then you looking for a solution and then you see that solution is a smart solution. So I remember one of my faculty members once said, are smart buildings for dumb people? I'm sorry, I mean, I'm just repeating what he had said. What he meant was, why can't people be smart and the designs be smart enough without the technology coming into it in the first place? Which means the way you design something, the way the building is oriented, the way you optimize your openings. Openings could be for multiple reasons. For light, so you can optimize the light, ventilation, and design in such a way that you're working against the heat gain, right? So as a design, the way you design itself, and it's not just about the facade, because I have come across people when they say, "Mera plan to ready hai." I'm sorry, I'm speaking in Hindi. I hope everybody understands that. Plan ready hai, iska ek बढ़िया सा elevation बना के दीजिए. It has happened, and of course I politely refuse because I'm not a cosmetologist. I design the person. I don't put on makeup, right? So the whole point here is architects are not creating facades. We're designing the building from inside out. And if the way you design, if you design something which is taking care of all these aspects with the context, with the climate, you have solved half the problems at that stage. And then you can bring in technology. See, even building a structure itself is a technology. Even it's a post and beam construction, it's a technology. However, the technology which is coming in now, you can smartly utilize them. And I think that's where the smartness comes in. Like, this will enhance the already smart building, the way it is designed, and actually make it better. And that's my point. Because see, I'll just take one more minute. There's a prediction. By 2050, nobody will be driving cars, or nobody might be owning cars. So does it mean there won't be any parking spaces in houses or in buildings? People might not live in one space. So you could have multiple places, smaller areas. You might not be working in an office space. Already we saw that, but there's also a counterpoint which says that people need people. People need to connect with people, and there are all these socio-cultural aspects which comes in. But what is the future going to be? If everything is going to get connected, will it be a virtual world? What is the prediction of the future? We don't know. So based on that, can you really design for that? Or we can design something which makes a lot of sense at this point of time.
As much as technology intervention comes in virtual, we are still in blood and flesh.
Sorry?
As much as technology improves, we talk about virtual life, virtual living.
Correct.
We are still in blood and flesh. We still need hard spaces.
Yes.
We need space where we can walk in.
Yes.
We need space where we can feel.
Absolutely.
Where we can stand. We need place where we can we are social animals.
So,
people are social animals, so obviously the change of space will not be as, even if the highest level of virtual intervention comes in. So probably even taking that, and today, from a point of view of your futuristic thing, you as architects have got a very key role between the occupiers who use the space and developers who are building it for them. Now, is there a takeaway that you have that I'm not putting in a spot, but is there some takeaway that you want to kind of put it over here that the developers in Hyderabad can take it off and see as a futuristic point, either one from an experimentation point, or it could be just a thought churner that this could be a way of doing things. It's not only for, it's mostly from a sustainability point of view. It's also looking at what future lies. It also is also looking at the ESG by itself. Today, even if you look at real estate, any exchange of hands of real estate that happens, or any organization that needs to do, has to have a lot of focus on the way it is built, the way it is organized, the way it is kind of conducted. So do you have something that you would want to kind of...
It's again interesting question. I would say one takeaway obviously from the pandemic, that whenever you are planning to do a commercial office building or a mixed-use development or residential, start planning for more open space. But obviously there is always a challenges to achieve the FSI. Nobody wants to lose their FSI. That problem is always there, and it will be always there. So within that parameters, we need to consider that how much open space we can bring, so that it much more interactive from the inside and outside. Apart from that, one point I was debating with developers. I know that everybody are now constructing grade A building. I think all of us know that, grade A building. Now everybody is doing grade A. What is next? Next is the technology. I think you have to bring technology, which is obviously, your energy consumptions too. And there is earlier I talked about the BIM. BIM technology can take you to the next level of where you can create a digital twin. Your operation team doesn't need to be sitting in the same building. They can operate from sitting anywhere. And that is only possible with the technology, and then efficient. Like normally people use a sensor lighting, so you don't need to switch on, switch off the light, so you save the energy. Now all these things can be done through the BIM technology, putting the building into the digital twin, and a lot of technology service provider are started doing it. But in India, yet to be digital twin, to be, any building I think is not operating, but there is a lot of discussion going on between JLL, CBRE. They are also thinking to, their maintenance team is still thinking to how to bring the digital twin so that client can run the building efficiently.
I'll add one more point to the builder. I would say that for a specific Telangana region, for the builder basically, think beyond Vastu. Let's have more functionality, more aesthetics to the buildings. Whatever we see that the design ends at Vastu here especially in Telangana, this is the platform where I can speak about that. So think beyond Vastu. We have a lot of things to do in terms of the aesthetics, the openness, what kind of quality of life we are giving in the environment, what kind of lung spaces we have. And just wrapping a building with glass is not at all the requirement. If suppose we have the brickwork done, and again we are putting a glass over that, that doesn't make any sense to make a glass building. If you have already known that the brick is coming for the external side, why will you clad with the glass? So those kind of aspects needs to be seen in terms of the functionality of the building.
I would like to tell something very interesting. When he brought out the dreaded word for a lot of architects, which is Vastu Shastra, I respect it, of course. What I tell a lot of my clients when they ask me about your buildings, the way you design it, is there Vastu Shastra? I said, absolutely. All our buildings, we apply Vastu Shastra. What is the definition of Vastu Shastra? Means science of building. There's a science in the way we build. So Vastu is a product or a building, and Shastra is the science of it. So science was never constant. The point here is science cannot be constant. Science is something which always evolves. So it has to evolve to a point, which means what is relevant now. And that, for me, is I say, yes, Vastu Shastra is important, which means the science of building. And the way we look at it as a science is by working with the context, with the climate, or whatever I just said earlier. For me, that is Vastu Shastra.
That's a
And
very,
yes,
that's
we
a
should
very
apply
deep,
with,
deep
we should
subject
work
that
with
you have
Vastu.
taken up. That's
Sorry?
That's a very deep subject that you have taken up.
Yeah, I
probably
will not talk about that. We'll
1
not-
hour to kind of,
we
probably
should
another
not
couple of hours
go
to
there.
discuss.
Yes.
Adding to his point, actually, in what you are saying, the builder's contest, Vastu is one aspect, and norms are also one aspect.
By
That
law.
FSI, if you follow the FSI here, we can make the different shapes as per the area calculated. Now what is happening is total one rectangle block will come. In that, if we do some shapes, we will lose the area. And whoever the developer, they will not allow us to lose that area to get the beautification.
That is
I
that
would
is where
say,
your-
I'm
that is
sure
where your-
Ajay would agree
that is
that-
where your creative mind comes in.
No,
Overall,
because-
to kind of get the solution out and make your design
No,
win
because
over it.
I think bylaws is a huge topic for Hyderabad. It's the most unsustainable, unimaginative bylaws in the country. I've said this many times. Because when I say unsustainable, it will destroy the infrastructure of the city. It's not density based, it's road width based. And there is no restriction to height. Of course, that's why the real estate market in Hyderabad is booming. Because you're able to build so much more. In some cases, even FSI of 8 or 9, you're able to get
Very, very
12 also. Yes.
Very, very true, very true.
Which is not there in any other city. Which is, of course, until they take up a TDR or whatever. But that, can a city sustain the level of, does it have enough resources to sustain that? Why can't we have density-based planning? Why, do we do urban impact assessments? Do we do environmental impact assessments of projects?
So, Ramakrishna, on that point itself, because I've been already timed up.
Oh, all right.
Okay, and also I'll give you a tip to what you mentioned. Probably if you leave by 6 o'clock, you will cross this place. But otherwise, you can stay back till 9. So it's the whole impact of the density that is there. Roads are going to be chock-a-block. Well, that was a great discussion. And it was quite very, very insightful. And I would want to thank all of you for sharing your insight and perspectives. And would like to thank Construction World again for organizing this session. Thank you so much.
So please remain on stage, all of you, because we'll have to present the mementos to everyone. I request Mr. Arvind Kachru, National Sales Manager, CSD MYK Armen, to please come onto the stage and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists here. Mr. Arvind Kachru, National Sales Manager, CSD MYK Armen, will be presenting a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Yes, special thanks to Mr. Ajay Kumar, Architect Ramakrishna Shenoy, Architect Rupam De. That's Architect Ramakrishna Shenoy. Thank you so much. Yes, our moderator, Mr. Ajay Kumar. Yes, Architect Rupam De. Architect Rajiv Kumar Sharma. architect Raj Amudullah. Thank you so much. Can we have a group photo opportunity, please? Yes, if we can step forward. Thank you so much, our panelists, dignitaries. Thank you so much. It was indeed an informative segment right there, and we thoroughly enjoyed the session. Thank you so much. My dear friends, we thank our luxury partner, Mercedes Silver Line, and the luxurious Mercedes is parked right outside. So please do meet the team and experience the outstanding features of the car. And now, my dear friends, let's take a good look at the Bostik film. May I now invite Mr. Sudhir Nambuduri, Specification Manager, South India, Bostik India, to please tell us about the offerings.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome by Bostik team. So today I'll be going to share with you some of the exciting products from Bostik in sealing and bonding technology. So before I jump into the main content of my presentation today, let me share with you who are we. So we are Bostik, and Bostik belongs to Arkema Group. Arkema is a French leader in construction specialty material industry, having sales of 7.9 billion euros in 2020, employs more than 20,600 employees across the globe, having presences more than 55 countries, 147 production units, and Arkema invests 2.8% of the total sales in R&D. So we believe in developing sustainable products. Bostik is a world-class leader in sealing and bonding technology. In 2020, Bostik has done more than 2 billion euro sales, and we are into various applications from industries to consumer, non-woven, advanced packaging, and durable goods. So we have a worldwide operation, close to 50 countries, and still growing to the substantial global market. Bostik, in terms of figures, Bostik employs close to 6,000 employees across the globe, out of which 1,600 employees works as a researcher. So we believe in offering new technology into the fold and continuing the legacy of investing in R&D. Bostik also committed to spend 2.8% of the total sales revenue in R&D. Bostik is an international player, features operation in 50 countries, including 55 technical, distribution, sales, and administration centers. Our adopted technologies solution for each market. So we are there in construction consumer, the group which belongs to, We are also into the durable goods solution where we offer various adhesives in automobile industry. We are also there in packaging, advanced packaging solutions and non-woven. Our expertise is recognized by the customers all over the world. We have got Best of Innovation Award in 2020, Fix and Flash Award for Product of the Year 2019 in France. 2018, we got Innovation Award for Brilliance, Performance Excellence Award for Boeing, Fast and Sweden Automobile Award, Supply Innovation Award, Environment Award in France, and last but not the least, 2022, we got Best Brand for Construction Chemical in India for Construction Adhesive category. So here we are. This is the offering from Bostik, Sealing and Bonding, where we offer complete range of professional solutions for building construction industry, for sealing joints and construction joints in various fields, in sanitary, glazing, decorative paints, expansion joints, roofing, etc. Bostik also manufactures wall and floor products, which mainly into wall preparation, tile adhesive, tile grouts, epoxy floorings, soft layer adhesive, and wood floor. Bostik also offers the complete range of waterproofing products, which includes various solutions from basement to rooftop of construction. In product portfolio, we have crystalline, we have acrylic coatings, epoxy coatings, PU waterproofing, and cementitious acrylic waterproofing. So here we are introducing smart range of Bostik sealants. So we have developed new generation Flex IQ sealants. Let's see this nice video. Video, please. Flex IQ technology comes from flexible and intelligent products offered by Bostik. Flex is the flexibility of the sealant, where we produce a sealant which can accommodate high movements from C100 to 50 movement criteria. The products are flexible to be used in interior and exterior application, porous and non-porous substrates, and unaffected by tooling. IQ is the intelligence, so these products are zero bubbling. It is UV resistant and stable with low VOC and non-staining as well. So this is one first product from our Bostik portfolio in polyurethane technology, Bostik P795. It is Sealant Flex Premium. It is 3-in-1 advanced durable flexible construction sealant and adhesive. So this product mainly used for construction joints and for vertical application as well. And this product also got the ability as an addition for several building materials. So the most important characteristics of this product is it is bubble-free curing. So it means it doesn't form any kind of a bubble when it's attained to the curable form. It is highly mechanical resistant, no shrinkage at all. And the most important characteristics of this product is it is approved for fuel and acid solvent resistance property, which is one of the most important tests in sealant category. It is tested as per BS 5212 and DIN 5452. So this product can be used in stations, fuel stations, or air runways where you have a chance of oil spillage. Also, this product got various certifications from SNJF and ASTM also. So this is 3-in-1 product. This can be used in a vertical area. It will not sag once you apply on a vertical portion. It will well bond to the substrate. It can also be used as horizontal, as I explained. Mainly it is used in runways and pedestrian walkways. This product can also be used as an adhesive for floor trims, skirting boards, small fixtures and accessories. Let's watch this excellent video to understand better. Video, please. So another product from polyurethane technology category, we have Bostik 590. It is low modulus elastic polyurethane sealant. It is highly flexible product which has got a movement joint accommodation of more than 100 to 50. The most important characteristics of this product is the elongation property of this product, which is more than 1000%. And of course, it is inspired by IQ technology. It is bubble-free, excellent toolability, and this product can be used for wider joints up to 80 mm. These are the various application areas where this product can be used. Precast concrete, fiber cement, panel joints, even aluminum wall cladding, this product can be used. Let's see the small 16-second video to understand the elongation property of this product. So this product has got kind of a characteristics to elongate more than 1000%, and it comes to the original position without any fatigue or cracks. Another product from Flex IQ Technology, we have Bostik H725, which is basically designed for facade joints. Now, the main characteristics, again, for this product is it is approved by branch appraisal, which is one of the toughest testing method in sealant category across the globe, where it is tested for natural weathering test for up to 11 years and accelerated weatherometer UV aging test for more than 7,000 hours. It has got a joint moment accommodation ability of plus minus 50%, and this can be used for glass and concrete facades. These are the areas where this can be used. It's a universal sealant for construction joints, expansion joints, and primerless application. One of the uniqueness of this product is it doesn't stain on the ACB panels. If you see most of the construction where the ACB panels are being used, after over a period of time, it starts blacking. So this blacking happens due to silicon. This product is silicon-free. It doesn't have any isocyanides, and it is purely hybrid sealant. After over a period of time, once mineral oil starts bleeding from the sealant, the dust starts accumulating on the ACB panel. But this product performs very well. There is no mineral oil in it, and it is solvent-free. The next product in hybrid category, we have H550, which is all-in-one, sealant bond all-in-one. As the name says, all-in-one means this can be used as an adhesive and the sealant as well. It has got a tensile strength of more than 2 MPa, and it can be applied in temperature of minus 40 to 120 degrees centigrade. Various application areas, again, as a construction joints, and for adhesive, for bonding many building materials such as stone, concrete, even aluminum, metals, alloys, stainless steel as well. Let's watch this video again. Very interesting video. Video, please. In adhesive category, we have another product called No More Nail Classic N310. It is a grab adhesive, instant grab adhesive for bonding several building materials. It's even anything to anything, metal to wood, wood to glass, glass to concrete. Time is the constraint. I'm not able to pursue further, but I'll just go fast. And I request, ladies and gentlemen, we can meet outside and we can give you more further technical details of each product. So this product can be used, as I told, as an adhesive, even fixing mirror on your bathrooms. These are the S&B references, ceiling and bonding references from India. Tata Heaven, Sandstar, Cochin, and most of the sealants are being extensively used in Air Force stations across India. This is one of the tunnel in Taiwan where this product has been used. This is Philippines reference. This is from Singapore. This is from Thailand, the product which I was talking about, H725. Now this product has been used there in MRT station for more than 2 years. There is no stains on it. Still, there is no stain. These are the references from Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, China, and these are the references from India for no more nails. It's been used in Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport in Mumbai, Twin Towers in Mumbai, Courtyard Marriott Nasik, and Trump Towers Pune. With this, thank you. It's your turn now. Stay smart.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nambuduri. I request Mr. Padode to please step forward to present a token of appreciation. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Before we commence with our second panel discussion, I'd like to once again thank our partners. CWDB is powered by Panasonic, Conclave partner MS Agarwal Foundries, co-partner Bostech India, associate partner Tata Pravesh and MYK Armand, luxury partner Mercedes Silver Star, knowledge partner Housing.com, association partner Naredco Telangana Real Estate Developers Association, Builders Association of India, Telangana Realtors Association. My dear friends, the next panel discussion, Real Estate Market of Hyderabad, Set to Boom, is a highly interactive panel discussion that will provide an opportunity to engage in thoughtful dialogue focused on Hyderabad real estate today and vision for the future. So yes, let's take a good look at the Tata Pravesh film before we begin with the panel discussion.
Tata Pravesh, from the house of Tata Steel, brings to you a wide range of doors and windows, equipped with the strength of steel and graced with the elegance of wood. These eco-friendly residential and commercial doors and windows are termite and fire-resistant, weatherproof, maintenance-free, and provide optimum security with greater durability. That's not it. They come with 5 years warranty and the safety of contactless delivery and installation free of cost. You can buy these doors and windows from the convenience of your home on ashiana.tatasteel.com. To know more, visit www.tatapravesh.com or call 1800-4199-200. So, choose to stay secure. Choose Tata Pravesh doors and windows.
All right, I now invite the moderator, Mr. Srikanth Reddy, Senior Director, Cushman & Wakefield. Mr. Srikanth has over 18 years of experience in commercial real estate, transacting 20 million SF across cities. He has worked extensively in Hyderabad and Bangalore markets. Srikanth has developed expertise in entire cycle of the transaction management process. I now invite the speakers onto the stage. Mr. B. Sunil Chandra Reddy, President, Naredco Telangana Real Estate Developers Association. With over 30 years experience in construction industry, Mr. Reddy is presently the managing partner of Sunil Constructions. He is also serving as president of Naradco Telangana Real Estate Developers Association that actively contributes to the common good of the builder-developer community. He is a key participant in an NGO called Project 511, which has contributed substantially to the improvements of schools in Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Nand Kishore M, Managing Director, Ramki Estates and Farms. Mr. Nandakishore brings with him 25 plus years of work experience of working with various state and private organizations. He is well respected in the real estate industry for his forward-looking vision and his vast knowledge and has been part of the Ramki family for 11 years. Mr. S.P. Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director, Terminus Group. Mr. S.P. Reddy is a successful entrepreneur, active philanthropist and investor whose experience spans across the USA and India in domains as diverse as information technology, federal government, and real estate development. After relocating to India in June 2007, he established Terminus Group. His guidance and business acumen have been the primary catalyst behind the success of the company. With over 2 decades of experience working in the industry and over the course of his career, he has won various awards for his philanthropic works as well as professional contribution. Ms. Shivani Reddy, Managing Partner, Rami Reddy Constructions. In over 15-year journey, Rami Reddy Constructions has successfully undertaken and completed the construction of 5.5 lakh square feet. 2017 paved the way for the younger generation to step in. Ms. P. Shivani Reddy, an MBA graduate from Symbiosis International University, Pune, joined in as partner and infused a new perspective into the firm and renewed the enthusiasm. Yes, Mr. Shahab Naqvi, B2B and B2G head, Panasonic, request you to please step up. An imaginative, action-oriented and customer-obsessed professional with 25 years of business management, strategy, sales and marketing experience with a successful track record in delivering business growth, creating new and profitable business models, establish market leadership and building winning strategies amidst highly competitive environment. Expert in delivering sustainable, profitable growth, building the best teams, capturing new growth opportunities, and finding effective solutions to unforeseen problems. And now I hand over the session to Mr. Reddy to please take it forward.
Thank you for the wonderful panel. Real estate market in Hyderabad set to boom is missing here. So while it is missing here, I think Hyderabad is already booming. We've been booming from last, I would say, almost half a decade or so. Just to put things in context for everyone, in terms of real estate, we primarily talk about commercial, residential, right? In commercial side, way back in 2008-9, just before GFC, Hyderabad used to do about 4 million square feet of office leasing every year. Then in 2016 or so, we are almost at 5.5 million square feet pace. Suddenly, 2019, 3 years zoom past from 2016, we reached 10 million square feet of office leasing, right? That's called booming, right? So we boomed so much, and that's the result of all the activities on residential side today, what we see, why everybody is buying, because there's so many jobs have been created, right? On supply side of commercial side, right, Hyderabad, we are almost looking at about 60 million square feet of office space coming up in next 3-4 years' time. If given an opportunity, we can cater to the entire South Indian market of office space requirement. That's one way of looking at it. It's oversupply kind of situation, but the other way of looking at it is we have so much of opportunities for the clients to grow. We can welcome every client who's coming to India to come to Hyderabad. So we have space to provide for them. On residential side, we are the only city in India who have bucked 2 trends. One is GST, post-GST and post-pandemic. We are the only city who have grown post this 2 impacts what we had. All other cities had tanked, right? On launches side, new residential launches side, 2021, we almost launched 50,000 plus units. If you have to compare with Bangalore, it's about 30,000 units. Even this year, again, we are about 60,000 square feet units, and Bangalore is about 40,000 square feet units. Why I'm trying to compare with Bangalore is because Hyderabad always have this friendly competition with Bangalore on office side, which results into residential side. That being on the background, on cost side, right, we used to be about 4,000, 5,000 per square feet level about 5-6 years back, and we are already at 9,000, 10,000 rupees. So
that being the background, we all should be more cautious about, where we'll head up with all these cost increments with so much of land escalation in the cost. So that being the context, let's seek our panel expertise, how they are going to see Hyderabad in next 5 to 10 years perspective. Starting with Sunil sir, all of us have seen so much of growth on western side of Hyderabad, right? So how do you see Hyderabad, let's say next 5 to 10 years perspective, apart from western side of Hyderabad, right? Where do you think we'll head up, right? On both number of residential side, units what we're getting launched, or on the commercial side, right? Do you think there'll be completely disparity between these two locations, or will be easing up on that side?
In a recent meeting where KTR addressed the gathering, KTR was talking about making Hyderabad an international destination, and his vision is to compete with the top 30 countries in the world. He says, I'm not competing just within cities of Hyderabad, but within India, but I'm competing with the top 30 global cities. So with a government which is that aggressive and that focused, their vision is obviously to develop all areas of Hyderabad. Of course, right now we are seeing a great boom in West, but now we have seen Infosys at Pocharam. Recently, Ramki launched 2 million square feet with Genpact. So there is a lot happening in other areas. Government is also actively encouraging this development through two of its policies. One is grid. The grid policy is growth in dispersion. What they want is growth to happen across the city, not just in one part of the city. So that's why they've come out with this policy called grid. The other policy they are aggressively pursuing is called the LEAP, Look East policy. So government is also very keen to develop other parts of the city. That's why you've seen the new ITIR, which is planned around Uppal, Maheshwaram and Adipatla areas. That is going to create 15 lakh jobs, direct jobs, and 53 lakh indirect jobs. That is the goal of the government. And of course, thanks to the metro rail, the connectivity is now improved a great deal. You can go right up to Nagol and slightly beyond. So areas other than West also, I would think in the next 5 to 10 years, would definitely be booming. Areas around Shamshabad, we are seeing a lot of big warehousing space coming up. So the government is giving lots of incentives, keeping their LEAP and grid policies in mind. And I think that will help Hyderabad grow all round and not just towards the west.
Thank you, sir. So, SP sir, a difficult question for you, complex question. So with the four-wheeler...
Why easy question to him and complex to him?
with so many four-wheelers on road today, right? Every guy who is 3 years, 4 years experienced guy, they're all intending to buy cars today. Right? How do you see latest government GO in reduction of parking ratios, right, for commercial office buildings from 66% to 44%, right? And do you think we'll be still relevant when we have to compare ourselves, let's say, with other cities? How will clients pursue that, occupiers pursue that when they're coming to Hyderabad that reduce parking ratios?
I think actually the MNCs that have set up shops in India have literally spoiled the employees. Giving them transportation, giving them food free. When you give food free, the guy making $100,000 also starts asking, this doesn't taste good, that doesn't taste good. There's a hartal in the food court. Having said that, if you look at China, in some of the cities, there's absolutely no parking, right? Because of the connectivity. Now you look at Mumbai, I was just talking to an architect there, now it's all getting connected underground. That every place, like New York or Chicago or Washington, D.C., and people who live in New York literally don't have cars. It's a good policy where it actually ultimately has a impact on the environment also. You don't have to dig up these basements. But the issue that you're going to have is today when you do a poll among the employees, if they're moving from city or somewhere from Banjara Hills and moving up to this side, when you take the poll, 40% or 50% of the employees don't want to move here because they don't have the metro connectivity or the bus service. I mean, right here, where we're sitting here, we don't have that public transport system. But thanks to Uber, but again, there's a cost associated to it, you know? So this is a great policy from the government. It's good, but it will have some impact on the employment and where you put the location. So in US, I mean, if you look at Oracle, you look at Tesla, Tesla just moved to Austin, Texas. He didn't take an employee poll, okay? He felt that California has become too big, too aggressive, too arrogant, the city council or the government. So just moved. So here, we are pampering our employees, people who come to work, with a lot of goodies. I think that is slowly going to evade, but as far as the cost of land is concerned, which we have today, which we have witnessed in the last few years, it's not easy to kind of, but reduction in parking space from 66 to 44 is good. And we had challenges in our own building, and you know that you did the deal with ADP. So I think it's a good move on the government. But I think, as Sunil was saying, if the metro connectivity improves and branches out with all the nodes connected, and I think this city, no one can beat it. I'm telling you, this city has if you get off the airlines and you drive on this, I'm sure some of you guys who came from out of state, it looks like Singapore, or it looks like any other United States city with such a beautiful connectivity. You reach anywhere. And that's the plus for Hyderabad.
Fully agree with you, sir. So about a month back when we visited Google campus in London, for 1 million square feet space, they had 6 parking slots, right? That's a reality. The only answer for that is public transport system have to further depenetrate. Nanda sir, post-pandemic world, how are you seeing your new projects coming up in terms of overall new design elements or customer expectations? What changed from overall your new products perspective?
I think post-pandemic, one of the significant change that we have witnessed from the buyers, particularly in the residential segment, has been, one, there's been a lot more demand for independent houses, the villa product. And even in apartments, people are looking for bigger apartments. I mean, in terms of product sizes, these are the two major shifts we have seen. And also what I have seen is there is a lot more demand for gated communities from established developers, because people want a real improvement in the quality of life. So this is one major shift we have seen. Now going a little deeper into the design and specifications, I would say they are not a major shift per se, but they are looking at smaller, I mean, a little bit more of enrichment inside the apartment. They're looking, and I can say one of my friend who is an interior designer, he's been telling me that people are now, even the 1,500 square feet, 2,000 square feet apartment owners are spending a lot more money on the interiors than what they used to do pre-pandemic. So all I can say is that I'm seeing a shift in taste. I'm seeing a shift in people trying to have a better quality of life than they used to. Kind of the compromises that they used to have earlier, they don't want that, and probably could be many felt that let me live my life before something else hits me. So that could be a philosophical thought side to it. And also probably the lack of a support system which you find in a non-gated community or an independent house which is not part of a gated community. So a lot of people have suffered. I've seen people even owning large houses in Jubilee Hills, Banjara Hills, they didn't even find a place to go out and walk during the pandemic. They didn't have a support system. So that was something which really hit a lot of people, and that was the trigger in my view. And also this co-living got beaten very badly. So I think a host of changes have happened, and I think primarily I'm seeing two major shifts. One is moving into a gated community, and second is owning a bigger home. I think people with 2 BHKs wanted a 3 BHK and so on and so forth. Everybody wanted one room more, maybe to attend to all those virtual Zoom calls or whatsoever you may call.
With this one more BHK added for every home, do you think they are ever going back to work?
Yeah, that's a serious question actually. I only hope they don't produce one more kid just to accommodate that room.
Shahib sir, your company is expert in environmental green, right? So with green is the topic everywhere today, right? With all construction professionals looking for more efficient buildings, greener buildings. Even all the customers are also seeking healthier, safer, eco-friendly buildings today, right? So how is the industry addressing that need?
So I think very relevant because see, if you look from our industry point of view also, post-COVID there are, rather I would say pre-COVID also, the trend of sustainability and environment friendly technologies was already there. But it has got accelerated now post-COVID because now the individual homeowners also are looking for solutions which are much more, I would say, cleaner, hygienic. So we have seen that in terms of the technologies, the indoor air quality is also something which now a lot of people are focusing on this side. So when we look from the construction industry point of view, there are a lot of changes which have come because of the demands from the customers, from the planners, from the builders, and most of the green technologies have come into this industry. So when we talk about, for example, we have seen that the trend of solar has come very long way into this industry. So the generation of electricity from the greener sources is something which most of the building constructors are actually adapting. Then we also see that with the advent of this electric vehicle infrastructure moving up, so a lot of builders are looking into that side also and setting up the EV infrastructure for their complexes, and this trend is going to continue for sure, because in today's newspaper only I was reading that Europe is planning to ban the gasoline-driven car by 2035. So, which means that if you ban the gasoline, the electricity is the only fuel which is going to drive the cars. So a lot of things, such things are coming up, and the industry players are also gearing up. Not only Panasonic, I would say, Panasonic being a very very advanced company and very expert company in the building solutions, but all the industry players are actually moving in this direction and getting synchronized with the demands of the homeowners and the building planners and constructors.
Awesome, very nice. So Shivani, youngest panel member in the group today. This so much of buzz around regional ring road, right? Newer locations, plotting development, residential development. What will be its impact on real estate in the greater Hyderabad area?
Yeah, thanks, Srikanth. So basically, the buzz around regional ring road, first of all, comes because of the way Telangana is by itself. It's a complete landlocked state, and the distance between the capital and most of its major districts is say anywhere between the 110 to 200 kilometers, pretty close compared to any of our neighboring states. We are already very well connected to our capital. But now we have ORR and another ring, which is the Triple R. Triple R has enough buzz. Both the Triple Rs have enough buzz around them, the movie and the road. So what the Triple R does to the already existing connectivity is it reduces the distance by nearly 60 kilometers easily. So when an already well-connected state has reduced the commuting time by another 60 kilometers, that's pretty easy because the areas you were considering semi-urban are now maybe urban areas, or they are already areas where investment is progressing. You won't think, oh, that area is too far, because you have connectivity. How much time is it going to take you to go from the capital to there? That time is reduced by a huge margin. And given this, there are multiple investment opportunities also which are going to come in, especially given the proactive government that we have, like the Keytex. How much time did it take for the Telangana government to bring Keytex when it wanted to exist Kerala? So any industry, any establishment which seeks to come to Telangana does not have to fear that we are in a very rural part of the state. How is our connectivity going to be? Or anything like that. Any establishments need connectivity. Infrastructure and development is going to drive, infrastructure and development are always going to go behind one another. So that infrastructure is definitely going to drive the development in Telangana. So that's what the Triple R is going to do. It's going to do what the movie did, I guess.
Interesting, very interesting. So I'll go back to Sunil sir with a difficult question now. Right, it's everybody sits on everybody's mind, right? But nobody speaks out generally. It's related to unlimited FSI, what we have in Hyderabad. Unlimited FSI, what we have in Hyderabad. What is your take on unlimited FSI, what we have in Hyderabad? Do you think it is putting too much pressure on our infrastructure? Just to put a context for you there on unlimited FSI, Bangalore, which we generally compare with as a Hyderabad city, at 2.5 FSI, they're struggling. They don't know what to do. We are going 8, 10, 11, 12, there's no limit, right? Few developers, there's no limit at all. Where are we heading? What is your take on that as an industry body?
Unlimited FSI is one of the most hotly debated issues amongst developers, town planners, government. So it's, obviously there is no unanimity on this. Now, okay, there are a few pros. Let me just tell you, Shrikant, it's unlimited. It's not actually unlimited. Of course, there are some restrictions. You have to provide parking. If you building a lakh square feet, then you have to provide 33% parking for residential, 44 commercial, 66. So there are certain inbuilt safeguards. But okay, let me go through the pros of unlimited FSI. Obviously, you'll have more greenery, you'll have taller buildings, you'll have more greenery, and people are kind of liking it. But the downside is, like you said, there is tremendous pressure on infrastructure. The road networks will be choked. Water, drainage, electricity, there is pressure. And apart from developers discussing this, there is also a lot of discussion amongst the government. Because from a government perspective, they are finding it very difficult to sell their TDRs. So obviously when the government is acquiring land, they are not paying you cash. They are only paying you TDRs. So in an unlimited FSI scenario, where is the demand for your TDRs? So I can certainly tell you there is also a lot of discussion apart from the developers amongst the government officials also. There are a few government officials who want to cap this. It could be the number nobody would know, but some talk about 4 FSI, 5 FSI. But whatever it is, there is a debate amongst the government officials also that they would like to cap it, and anything over and above that would be in the form of TDRs. You would have to buy TDRs and construct higher floors if you want to go over and above the FSI. So certainly there is a debate amongst town planners, even amongst developers, because now obviously as a landowner he would want the maximum. In an unlimited scenario, people are going from 30 floors to 40 floors to even 50 floors. Recently I saw a brochure which had 57 floors. You know, now literally sky is the limit. We only used to hear it, but now we are at least seeing it on paper that sky is the limit. So my personal take, there has to be a cap, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6, the government will decide what is good for it. But certainly this unlimited FSI in the long term might be detrimental to the city. And hopefully the government will mull over this, debate. This is a hard decision. Obviously for a city which has been used to unlimited FSI from 2006, that is 16 years we've had this unlimited FSI rule. So for a city which has had 16 years, and obviously the land rates are now got adjusted to this unlimited FSI scenario. Obviously if you're paying 60 crores in Kokapet, which was paid recently in an auction, obviously land rates are adjusted to unlimited FSI scenario. So for the government to take a decision, they will have to look at all the pros and cons and come out with something which is sustainable in the long term. You know, Hyderabad city has to sustain to 2030, 2040, 2050 for forever. So keeping all this in mind, hopefully the government is working on how best to come out with a FSI policy. And personally, I would like to see that happen sooner than later. Thank you, Shikha.
Hopefully, sir. We'll wait for that. So, SP sir, you have constructed beautiful buildings, iconic buildings in Hyderabad. How is AI playing, artificial intelligence playing, artificial intelligence, playing overall role while you're planning, constructing an overall project cycle for you? Is it making an impact at all?
Now, before I get into this, the last question when he asked me about the parking reduction and all, what I would say is a nation is not developed when a poor man has a car. In my opinion, it's when the rich uses the public transportation is what is very important. So it's not about the poor having a car. Now, I'll kind of little digest, I'll just piggyback on what Shivani has said on the regional ring road. Because I've been asked to give my opinion on what happens when the regional ring road comes. What I was advising the government is to create a cluster development, a 5-kilometer cluster between the ORR and the RRR. What is a cluster development? Which should be a self-sustained development. Basically, it has to have all the social infrastructure. It should also have all the physical infrastructure. Social infrastructure is schools, your entertainment, food, everything. Now, cities, whenever they grow, we poorly design it. And you look at this part of this part, financial district, does not have a good ecosystem. The minute you come out of Microsoft building, you're literally on the road. If I were to given this area to develop it, I would have developed interconnectivity between buildings, underground tunnels. It costs. I would have given walkways for people. Where I see the regional ring road and cluster development is the theme of walk to work, walk to eat, walk to entertainment, okay? And use that cluster. Within the cluster, you have this pod system which travels within the cluster. So that's my thing. Now, getting back to construction and AI, you know, COVID has taught us a lot of stuff. I used to own a lot of hotels in US. I own a hotel here now, a Marriott. I'm getting ready to build a JW Marriott and a W Hotel. the human capital, human resources is become a challenging. Lot of turnovers. As you all know, what I feel good about is the next 2 decades belong to India. Every nation is looking at China +1. China +1, that +1 is none other than India. The Make in India, when was launched, a lot of people made heckle, laughed. But if you see the Made in India product that got exported or even used, consumed, is enormous. Technology has been used. Innovations are happening. Where I see in the next AI is playing a major role. I come from a technology background. 25 years, I was a Oracle consultant, built my own company, run my own company in US, and it still runs it. We have seen a lot of changes. I'll give a small example of AI. Recently, Samsung hired one of my friend's company where I'm an investor, it's Austin-based. Wanted to see why their sales were down, Samsung cell phones. If you see in any stores in US or here, the phones are standing like this, right? In the showrooms. So you pick up, customer picks it up, sees it, and then he doesn't put it back, he puts it like this. So what this did is, this camera catches, zooms in, catches it, sends it to an AI device, which sends it to a command center and says, hey, look, and the store manager gets a call and says, hey, look, your phones are down. You put it back up. They improved about $2 million. I mean, 20% of the sales that they lost got increased. Same as McDonald's recently implemented a system where they saved energy costs of $2.5 million a year, right here in this city, across the nation's stores. So what AI plays a role in construction is huge. Post-construction is also huge. We all think AI is an artificial, yes, you know, it requires intelligent data to be captured, process the data properly, and then spits it out for decision makers on a dashboard. So in construction field, we are facing enormous amount of delays because of lack of manpower, the RMC truck doesn't come. But at the end of the day, it is a cost to us as developers. We have to adopt this technology so that it does a predictive analysis, says that, okay, if this is not done today, if this wall is not built today, a lot of other things do not get happen, and what happens to your cost? It should throw out a red flag to the decision maker saying that, hey, this is what is going to happen. Now, a lot of people are talking about 3D printing. It's too early for me, or I think it's too early, at least in our generation, where I don't know this guy how old he is, but I'm 60. But you know, probably she would see 3D constructions happening. It's great. We have adopted a lot of technologies. Pre-construction, during construction we did not, but post-construction we adopted. In my very own office now we're putting an AI device which basically tells me how many people, based on how many people working in my office, based on the card reader, it will adjust the temperatures. Based on the temperature outside, it adjusts the curtains. So people may think AI will again displace labor force. It does not. The same story happened to us in 70s when George Fernandez said, you know, having computers, having technology, people will lose jobs. No, it creates a new opportunity. Every time innovation happens, an opportunity is created. And I see a big role in the construction field, and we are seeing a big role in hotel industry. We work with less employees, okay, and deliver efficiently. Service, customer relationship, okay, CRMs. All of this, now all of us, we will eventually be running our lives based on the data. You run your projects, you run your life, everything belongs. Everyone has a device now which basically transmits data to your watch or to your app saying that how healthy you are, how many steps you walked, why you didn't walk. So these are the things. So AI and technology is going to play a big role in the construction field, but unfortunately, in India, the adoption of technology in enterprise is not there. We still manage using spreadsheets. There are very big companies, big developers, I'm not sure about Ramki, they've implemented SAP, or they implemented some Oracle supply chain tool. But what happens is, that does not have a layer of AI on top of it, or a machine learning on top of it, which puts out the data out. So AI in healthcare, okay? Now in Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, we have implemented a system called genome analysis. So it predicts based on your history what kind of disease you may get. It costs about ₹1,00,000. I recently got a friend of mine done for him. He was 84 years old man, came from US. So these are the things that are evolving. There's a good and bad to it. I wanted to do it and I said, heck, I don't want to do it. I don't want to goddamn know what I'm going to get it. That another stress point, okay? So AI is going to play a big role. If you look at Tesla, right? Tesla, there is one single touch point when a car comes out. No one touches Tesla car parts until it comes out. At the last, the guy who opens the door and drives is the single touch point. If you go back to any other Ford, Toyota, you see many touch points. Now everybody is coming to a touchless. Of course, in construction, in real estate, unless we touch and feel, we don't have that. But it is going to get there. But the technology adoption is very, very critical. And we have seen a revolution in last 10 years, how India has grown in terms of technology adoption. It's amazing. No one ever thought I would pay through a digital payment platform, right? So digital transformation is happening at a tremendous pace. So this country is ready to take off, and I strongly feel, each of us will play a part in this growth story, and probably the next generation that are going to come will be telling a story that, we all grew up with no phones, with no lights, and no this thing. Now how these guys are growing up. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I know you can speak for another 4-5 hours on AI subject. So I'm told we have to keep it brief and wrap up in next 2-3 minutes. So one important question, Nanda sir. So on affordability of housing, right? So we have seen steep increase in prices in last 3-4 years. What do you think, where do you think we are headed for? Do you think we'll further increase prices in the same passion, or they will slow down, they will stabilize? What's your view?
I'm kind of tired of repeating this at every forum. The increase in prices, particularly in the state of Telangana and in most parts of this country, I would say, is cost push rather than demand pull. If you see, the prices have gone up 20 to 25% over the last couple of years, mainly because of the increase in the prices of the input costs. And another significant factor has been the withdrawal of the input tax credit to the developers. Now, what it does is, the 12% that input tax credit which developers used to get, you may say 2% here and there could not have been absorbed, but 10% at least has been a direct impact on the cost of the developer. Now you add that to the cost of rising input costs, you see where we end up. And if you see the price trends, I don't think it has gone up beyond that percentage as such. So the developers' margins, if they ever existed, and I'm sure there are a little bit margins here and there, so they haven't really changed much. They have still remained more or less the same. So this price growth, what we are seeing is largely, the only thing here I would like to say is that a lot of developers have not realized that. So that's why I'm worried when these 57 stories, 60 stories are coming up and the prices are still in the range bound around 8,000 rupees a square feet. I don't think they can even recover their costs. So this is something which many have to be aware of. So in my view, these prices are going to stay. They have to stay, otherwise the developers will not survive. And will it grow? My view is yes, it will grow. It has to grow. And I just like to take a minute here. I think when Sunil Anna said that, the government is trying to look at making Hyderabad compete with the global cities. I think that is where we belong. I don't think Hyderabad should be looking at competing with Bangalore or any other city within the country. In my view, 15 to 20 years down the line, Hyderabad will be an alpha world city. As I gather, only Mumbai is an alpha city today. I'm sure Hyderabad will get added in 15 to 20 years down the line. And there are only two alpha plus cities, which is New York and London. I think that's a bit further away, but Hyderabad will get into the alpha cities in 15 to 20 years. And that is what we should aim for. And when you are aiming for that, I think we have to look at how do we create Hyderabad as an economic center, without which I don't think we'll reach there. I think that should be the larger goal for the city.
Fully agree with you, sir. Fully agree with you on all the points what you said. So I have multiple questions to ask both you, Shahib and Shivani. I guess we have to wrap it up now. With a specific thought there, right? We were 20% cheaper compared to Bangalore on residential sales side. Now we are almost 20% expensive if you have to really compare project to project, right? The projects what we are getting launched. So we'll have to be really thinking through and introspect ourselves, right? How to remain in those levels so that we don't exceed further and we kill ourselves. With that thought, thank you very much for all your thoughts, sir. Thank you very much, everyone.
I request all panelists to please remain on stage as we will be presenting a token of appreciation to all of you. I request Mr. Padode to please step forward to do the honors. In first presenting to our moderator, Mr. Srikanth Reddy, Senior Director, Cushman & Wakefield. Mr. B. Sunil Chandra Reddy, President, Naredco, Telangana Real Estate Developers Association. Mr. Nandakishore M., Managing Director, Ramki Estates and Farms. Mr. S.P. Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director, Terminus Group. Ms. Shivani Reddy, Managing Partner, Rami Reddy Constructions. Mr. Shahab Naqvi, B2B and B2G Head, Panasonic. Let's take a group photo opportunity. Yes, all our dignitaries, please step forward. We'll take a group photo opportunity. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you. As we all know that this wonderful conclave and awards is powered by Panasonic. So let's take a good look at the Panasonic film.
Reach for delight, for a new world. Feel the delight that's not so far. Today's gonna be a better day. Better life is waiting here. Just make your way and spread your wings. Enjoy the ride. Together we shall go. Now hold my hand. Everywhere you go, there are no regrets. Smiling every way for the lovely days. Let happiness find you, shining upon you. We will love today, every day. Reach for the light, we almost there. Feel the delight, it's here within. Tomorrow will be a better day. Alive and activate. It is so bright, the future's here. Open your mind, we're here for you. Now here we go, now here we go. Everywhere you go, there are no regrets. Smiling every way for the lovely days. Let happiness find you, shining upon you. We will love today, every day. Everywhere you go, there are no regrets. Smiling every way for the lovely days. Let happiness find you, shining upon you. Make your dreams come true and fly.
Panasonic. Yes, and a better life, a better world, and we thank Panasonic for their support. And I invite Mr. Dinesh Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, to tell us about their offerings today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Such a wonderful panel discussion, so enthusing actually. And I kind of concur with the panelists that Hyderabad is perhaps the only city which really has the potential to be amongst the top 25 cities of the world, as the Honorable Chief Minister has wished for. But to get there, there's lots to be done. But the good news is, as I saw in the panel discussion, the government is ready, the government has a vision, they want to do it, the developers are positive about it, so what's left is the enablement, right? And that is where companies like us come in, which already have used these technologies, these products elsewhere in the world, and we are ready to be part of the modern infrastructure of India. So my presentation, a brief presentation today, is largely about what we have been doing to create the modern infrastructure here in India and what we would love to do in the future. Sorry about this technical glitch. Can I use this? I think you'll have to help me with the slide move. So we changed this April our tagline, and we say, "Live your best." You know, it was a better life, better world, but we just changed it. Essentially, what we're saying is that we want to enrich people's life and help the society move forward. Next, please. And this we're doing through the various businesses that Panasonic is in, whether it's automotive solutions, airline solutions, our appliances, entertainment, industry solutions, and so on. Next, please. Panasonic is a $57 billion company with about 240,000 employees, a company which is more than 100 years old. And incidentally, a company which actually started making electrical products. The first product it made was an electrical socket, the bulb socket. And it's gone a long way since then. Next, please. Panasonic Life Solutions is the erstwhile Anchor Electricals, which was acquired by Panasonic in 2007. Since then, we have grown. We have grown in our core categories, which many of you know about. But what I'm going to talk about and focus today are things that you perhaps don't know about. So this company was established in 1963. We are at about 4,700 crores, and we have about 10,000 employees. Next, please. Essentially, what we've done is that we've focused on 3 business lines, that is energy, safety, and comfort. And all the businesses that we had and what we have incubated are falling along these 3 verticals, and largely focused on residential spaces, commercial spaces, and public spaces, public infrastructure spaces. So these are the various businesses and products that we are into. The highlighted ones are the ones which we have kind of started in the last 4 to 5 years, and which I largely will be focused on today. So these are perhaps what you're familiar with, what Anchor or Panasonic is more known about, the switches, the wiring devices. We have been a market leader for many years, and we continue to be one. And we have switches starting right from 10 rupees to 350 rupees a switch and the automation. So that's the kind of range of products that we have. MCBs, switchgear, low voltage, distribution boards, wires and cables, indoor air quality fans, ventilation fans. Lighting is something which perhaps many of you don't know about. Panasonic is global #2 in lighting, but obviously the focus into India has just come in the last few years. And we have been aggressively growing in this segment over the last 5 years into every segment, residential, industrial, commercial, specific applications. And this is something, again, I would present subsequently. That's an area of growth for us. And we believe that we will be positioned amongst the top brands in the country for lighting in the years to come. So what I'm going to talk about is building the cities of tomorrow, right? So this is a picture of Fujisawa Smart City. Perhaps many of you don't know about, but this is a city which Panasonic created about 70 kilometers from Tokyo. It was a plant which used to manufacture televisions for Panasonic. So we flattened that plant, and we created a city of about 1,000 dwellings, 1,000 individual homes. And it's smart in every which way. So for us, smartness doesn't mean technology or infrastructure. As you can see, there are layers that we have built, and we start, what exactly are we trying to give to the people, right? So we started looking at eating well, staying healthy, working well, learning, playing, living, building up community, community getting together, and so on. And based on that, we decided what are the areas that we're going to focus on. So we said we'll focus on mobility, energy, security, healthcare, and community build. And we created this in 3 layers. So there was a technology piece which is below the ground, and then there is natural resources, because this area is near the sea. So we tried to use the natural breeze as much we could. We've used the sunlight as much as we could, so that the city generates its own power, consumes it, and gives the extra power to the city, the other part of the city. What we did was we started with quantifiable target. We said we will reduce the carbon dioxide by 70%. We will use at least 30% of the power will be renewable power that we will use. We will reduce the water consumption by 30%. And this city will be self-sustainable in case of a flood or earthquake for at least 3 to 4 days. These are the kind of quantifiable targets we set for each other on the basis of which the city was designed. Now, We have 3 cities more globally. One is in Denver, Colorado. It's actually in cooperation with the Denver Airport Authority. And there's a second city in Japan called Suta Smart City, which is again operational, people living there. And there are 3 more cities across the world which are getting created by Panasonic and its partners. In India, we have been using the elements of these smartness into the smart cities which India is building, or maybe smart city is not the right word, it's the modern infrastructure which India is creating in its existing city spaces. And which is perhaps the right way to do, because in an existing city, let's say like a city like Hyderabad, what do you do with an existing area? There's only so much that you can do with the constraints that exist, but you can certainly do much more to improve the safety in the city, to improve the energy consumption in the city, and these are the kind of initiatives that the government has started taking, where the municipal corporations have started taking these initial steps, and that is what we are a part of. So the areas that we are into: solar, lighting, EV charging, housing, energy management systems, building management systems, fire alarm systems. Solar, we've been doing rooftop solar for commercial and industrial spaces, and now we're launching the residential kits. So we've done about 200 megawatts of installations, in the IT, ITS campuses, and then of course many large factories around India, including Saint-Gobain, Fiat, Jaguar, and so on. Our LED capability we keep building on. The lighting projects that we're doing are unique. On the left, what you see is the Varanasi Convention Center, which was inaugurated by Prime Minister. Here, the entire rooftop has got solar panels, which are generating power for the convention center. And all the lighting and the controls inside the auditoriums have been done by us. Similarly, we've done metro projects, we're doing highway projects, office spaces, and of course, industrial and warehousing spaces. Some of these are examples of controls across various segments. As you can see, there are factories, there are hotels, there are convention centers, where we are supplying not only lighting, but we are providing controls. And this controls is not only for ambience, it is also for energy saving. This is again a unique project that we're doing right now in Bombay, suburbs of Bombay, a place called Kalyan, where about 30,000 street lights are intelligently getting controlled from a centralized command center. So each street light is able to communicate and convey its status, and you can actually control from the command center the dimming levels. So towards the evening, the lights are not at 100% intensity, and they get on to the full intensity as the evening progresses. And then, of course, you can determine the status of the street light in case something has gone bad, and so on and so forth. So again, the objective there largely is energy saving and asset tracking. Facade lighting, this is an area again which we are establishing in India. Public spaces, as you know, lighting is becoming a very important element of architecture. And we again have great products which we intend installing in some of the upcoming government buildings and also many of the private developments. Electric vehicle charging solutions is something we got into about 4 years ago. And today we have a very wide range of products which cater to an individual residential customer, a simple 16 ampere outlet, which is lockable, or a 16 ampere outlet which is smart, which can recognize the user. It can also enable you pay directly onto a charger, a DC fast charger, which is of 240 kilowatts, which can charge a bus or top up a bus in less than 45 minutes. So that's a kind of EV chargers range that we have. And we are already supplying, as you can see, we have done the Himachal road transport charging stations. Delhi Metro is a great example where the feeder bus service is charged with our chargers, and many more projects in the pipeline. This again, I'm sure, is a product which is not known to all of you. So we actually got into the housing business about 4 years ago, and we have this range of very premium kitchens, which are competing against Italian and the German brands, and we're doing extremely well. In fact, incidentally, Hyderabad was our first showroom, and the showroom is doing well. And with this success, what we're doing is now we're launching many unique housing products. These are unique because, as you know, Japan is also space-starved. So the products they develop are the ones which are very, which use the space very optimally. So something like this, a shoe rack, for example, a rotary shoe rack, we have been able to sell this to developers who are providing this as a unique offering into the homes. Then we got wall cladding tiles, again, very lightweight, insulating, wooden flooring, which again has superior coating compared to what is available in the market. And we have many more products in the pipeline in the housing segment. This is an area which is, for us, is very exciting and growing. So we know these are products that we have developed in-house. These are the IoT products for home automation, which enables you actually automate your house with a very small budget. And then you can scale up as you go, as your need increases. It allows you that flexibility without doing any wiring, right? So we have the whole range of IoT products for homes. And we also have a connected system, which is on a backbone of KNX, which is an open protocol. So automation, not only for homes, but for offices, commercial buildings, hotels, hospitals, etc. This is the product range that we have evolved. And we've already done projects covering many of these functions, which is including lighting, HVAC, air conditioning controls, fire alarm systems, and so on. This is our own product from Sweden. It is on European standards, and we are selling these products on a standalone basis and as a part of the building management system that we have. So this is a full suite building management system that we are currently positioning for spaces which are up to about 150,000 square feet. That's the kind of space that we believe we have a great opportunity, and our products are well positioned. So all in all, if you look at the Panasonic portfolio, including the various Panasonic group companies, in each kind of a project, there are multiple products from the Panasonic group which actually can get installed, and they can actually deliver a particular function. So what we have done is that we have developed a common unified platform, what we call as Mirai, as you can see on the top. So Mirai in Japanese means future homes, literally. But what we have done is we have extended this to commercial spaces. So on this platform, you can control multiple Panasonic appliances and devices on a single. So depending on the use, we can actually customize the application, and to the end user, depending on the use, he will see only the functionalities which he or she has gone in for. So take an example of a gated community. So while you have all the electrical products and the automation products, you can also have the surveillance coming onto that, and you can have CCTV, display screens. All of these are Panasonic products, and they can all get integrated on a single platform. So as I said, this is our initial foray into the smart city solutions and products. But eventually our dream is that someday, as India brings up new cities, right, along the highways, along the various clusters of commerce development, we believe that we will be able to create a smart city ground up along with all of you. That's our dream. Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.
Yes, I request Mr. Pratap Padode to please step forward to present a small token of appreciation to Mr. Dinesh Agarwal. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody to kindly please sit back for just 5 minutes. We'll be clearing on the head tables and the chairs so that we can begin with the awards ceremony. So kindly please bear with us for 5 minutes. In the meantime, I request the DJ to please play some interesting music for our wonderful audience here. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, Construction World, in its 26th year, is undertaking a journey to felicitate stalwarts who have contributed towards strengthening our built environment. Yes, moving on with the CW Design Build Awards, Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad. Before we move on to the awards, I'd once again like to thank our partners. CWDB is powered by Panasonic. Conclave partner MS Agarwal Foundries, co-partner Bostik India, associate partner Tata Pravesh and MYK Armament, luxury partner Mercedes Silverstar, knowledge partner Housing.com, association partner Naredco Telangana Real Estate Developers Association, Builders Association of India, Telangana Realtors Association. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to remind you all that the awards are also being live tweeted. So please use the hashtag CWDB Hyderabad and hashtag Construction World if any of you are tweeting or probably posting any of the updates on your social media handles. The Construction World Architects and Builders Awards are known to be the Oscars of the design and building industry. These awards bring architects, builders, and contractors to a common platform and recognize their noteworthy achievements. The Gala Awards evening will be hosted on 26th August at Sahara Star in Mumbai, and we invite all of you to nominate your projects in CWAB Regionals and Noteworthy Projects category. So once again, it will be hosted on 26th of August at Sahara Star in Mumbai. Coming back to CW Design Build Awards, Stalwarts of the South Hyderabad. Before announcing the winners, let's invite on stage Mr. K. Vidyadhar, Director of Town and Country Planning and Secretary RERA at Government of Telangana for the keynote address. Mr. K. Vidyadhar is an architect and town planner with 26 years of experience. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, all of you. I am Director of Town Country Planning. As you all know, I am also working as a Secretary RERA, Real Estate Regulatory Authority. So I am dealing with the sanction of the plans and also registering of the real estate projects. So I am very much happy to participate in this program, and I would like to bring it to your notice that what are the initiatives taken up by the government of Telangana. It is a revolutionary step has been taken up by the government of Telangana, that is TSB pass. So government wants to give a permission in easy manner, so that therefore they enacted an act, TSB pass act in 2018. So wherein the permissions can be granted very easily below 58 square yards plot on payment of only 1 rupee, that is basing on the self-certification system, the permissions will be granted. And again, this is unique type of feature nowhere in the country you will find. This is instant registration. This permission is called as an instant registration. So instead of permission, we are just registering. So this is a unique feature. And similarly, that is another category is called as a instant approval, above 75 square yards and up to 500 square meters. So this is also a unique feature, and instant approval basing on the self-certification system. The application is already inbuilt application, and applicant he need not to submit he need not to file application. That's it's not manual application, it is only online application basing on the self-certification, that he has to state that our application is as per the rules and regulations, that is building rules issued in the wide GOMS number 168. So and also as per our building, land is also as per the master plan, and ownership is also perfectly all right. It's a litigation free. So all these three aspects, if he satisfies and submit a self-certification, basing on which the permission will be granted. Earlier it was not like that. It was a lot of manual application has to be submitted, and manual, all the documents have to be submitted. So we used to give shortfalls and all that. This time also only one shortfall, that is a unique feature. Only one-time shortfall we are giving. So this is nowhere in the country. And another category is single window system, wherein within 21 days, a permission will be granted, even for buildings and above 500 square meters and above 10 meters height, all non-high-rise buildings, and also layout permissions. And one more important, not only we are focusing on sanctioning the permissions easy manner, so in order to control the unauthorized constructions, government has constituted enforcement teams. Previously it was not there. Only town planning officer used to identify the unauthorized constructions and used to take action. But this time, as per the Basic and the Act provisions, the collectors are given powers. Collectors are playing an important role. Even in sanctioning the building layout approval permissions, they have been made as a chairman. There will be a layout approval committee in which the chairman is, district collector is the chairman and additional collector is the vice chair, convener of that layout approval committee. And different officers from the different organizations, other departments like R&B and Panchayat Raj, so others also involved, irrigation department, so that they will scrutinize very perfectly all the information. Because this is a important aspect, that is we are granting permissions. People should take whoever comes and buy the plots or flats, so they should confident that should be, all the ownership details should be free from land litigations. So similarly, government is also implementing the RERA, so wherein so far we have granted 4,800 projects have been registered. So this is a sixth, we are secured fourth rank in the country. So that Maharashtra is the first, now Telangana has achieved a fourth rank in registering the projects. So one more important aspect in our building rules and regulations, nowhere in the country, we are sanctioning the permission basing on this one-time shortfall I already told, and mortgage clause we have introduced. That's why the complaints which are very less complaints we are receiving the RERA authority. When compared to other Gujarat, Maharashtra, there are 20,000 above complaints in Maharashtra. Whereas in our state, we received only 42 complaints under FARMIUM and 169 complaints, miscellaneous complaints. So this is the beauty of our Telangana. So they always ask me, why the less number of complaints receiving? Because we have mortgage class. So they are very much, they are also trying to study our rules and regulations. They are looking at our Hyderabad, how they are sanctioning the building permissions. In one case, I have explained, unlimited FSI we have introduced. There is no FSI in our building rules and regulations. That is also, in other states, there is a FSI clause. So there is, in Maharashtra, Pune, recently I visited, there only unlimited FSI is permissible only in townships. But in Telangana, above 2,000 square meters plot, in above 2,000 square meters plot area, there is unlimited FSI, there is no norms for FSI. Unlimited FSI is permissible. So this is a hassle free and the beauty of the and accountability. And one more thing is that accountability is also fixed to the staff. Whoever delays the permissions, the accountability is also fixed. The penalty is being levied. So with this, for giving me this opportunity, I thank CWC conference and Vaishali particularly, who invited me as a chief guest for these organizations. Whoever organized, I thank all the participants also for attending this conference. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Mr. Patode to please step forward to present a token of appreciation. Chief Construction World Magazine and Mr. Dinesh Agarwal from Panasonic to present the first set of awards. We're here, ladies and gentlemen, at CW Design Build Awards, Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad. Yes, we'll be calling our Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad in alphabetical order. I request Mr. Rao to also please join us. Yes, Mr. K. Vidyadhar Rao, if you could please join us. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, we are all ready, geared up. The first award of the Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, goes to Aparna Constructions and Estates. I invite Mr. Venkatavi to please come on the stage. Aparna Constructions has established itself as the epitome of construction excellence in Hyderabad. With each completed project, Aparna's brand value leapfrogged along with its unprecedented reputation in the market for trust, quality, and transparency. Thank you. Sir, would you like to speak few words? Aparna Construction, sir. At least a thank you. I know we Hyderabadis like to keep it short and sweet.
Thanks, Construction World, for the opportunity. And thank you very much for the award. And also congratulations for the 25 years celebrations for the Construction World. All the best.
All right, the next Stalwarts of the South Hyderabad goes to Arcade Science Studio. I invite Mr. P. Ramakrishna Shenoy, Principal Architect, to please come onto the stage and accept the award established in 2014 by Mr. Ramakrishna Shenoy. Arcade Design Studio has a team of around 6 members with 2 associate architects, junior architects and interns. The firm aspires to create designs with heightened user awareness and by being environmentally friendly in its design approach. Mr. Shenoy, you talk really well, so please, the mic is all yours. Okay, we can...
I think 2 words, congratulations to Construction World and thank you to us. And all of you who've been here, I think I was just telling that it's been a wonderful evening and I'll relish this moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is a proud moment indeed for everyone. Moving on to our next award, the recipient of the next Stalwarts of the South Hyderabad goes to BSCPL Infrastructure. May I invite Mr. Vardhan V, Director, onto the stage to please accept the award. BSCPL Infrastructure Limited is an ISO 9001-2015 certified infrastructure development company, pioneers in execution of road projects, irrigation projects, and recently diversified into real estate and hydro power plants. Sir, would you like to speak a few words?
Hello, everyone. So we build under the Bolineni brand across Chennai, Hyderabad, and Bangalore. So we thank Construction World for recognizing the good work that our teams are doing across all 3 cities. And again, congratulations on 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for the kind words. Thank you. So the next recipient of the Stalwarts of the South Hyderabad goes to Design House. May I invite Architect Rajiv Kumar Sharma, Managing Director, onto the stage to accept the award. Design House is a multidisciplinary design firm steadily spreading its wings wider in the field of architecture, interior, master planning, project management, and execution. With pan-India presence, Design House seeks to maintain highest design standards by attaining innovation and creativity. Mr. Rajiv, few words, please.
Thank you, CWDB. Thanks for the award. And as our government officials and other people have mentioned about making Alpha City Hyderabad, so surely we'll work harder towards making this Hyderabad as Alpha City. Maybe before 15 to 20 years, as Sir has said. So within 10 years or so, we'll be surely making Hyderabad as Alpha City. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we wish you all the best. I request Mr. Rao and Mr. Padore to please remain on stage. I thank Mr. Agarwal. And now I invite Mr. Vikas Kulkarni, Managing Director, Bostik India, to please join us here on stage to do the honors in giving away the next set of awards. Presenting the next award for the stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, and it goes to F+S Designs. May I invite Kirtana Meruva, Senior Associate, and Sadvika Venkateshwaran to please come onto the stage. F+S Designs is a multidisciplinary design firm that specializes in architecture and interior design. Their award-winning portfolio of projects have a footprint across various cities in India and range from luxury homes, restaurants, retail, and offices. Yes, would you like to please speak a few words, Kirtana?
We just want to thank you on behalf of our firm. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the short and sweet words there. And yes, presenting the next award for the stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, and it goes to FHD India Consultants. I invite Mr. Madan Ramaya, Partner Director Design, and Damodaran Sethuraman, Partner Director Operations, to please come onto the stage to accept the award. An architectural team with a passion to see projects manifest that are critically meaningful and creatively unique. The studio's focus is on exploration of design strategies that mediate and reinterpret the boundary between traditional cultural values and contemporary Indian living. So, would you like to please speak a few words?
First of all, thank you very much, Construction World, for having us here and felicitating us with this award. It's a collective responsibility for us as a fraternity to make sure that what we do in Hyderabad actually gets resonated across the world. We hope that this is the first step, and you keep coming back to Hyderabad and sort of seeing this progress along with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We hope and pray for the same. The next stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, goes to Phoenix Group. I invite Mr. Suresh Chukapalli, Chairman Emeritus, to please come onto the stage to accept the award. Phoenix Group are innovators in the infrastructure domain with capabilities ranging from turnkey executions to global marketing. Sir, would you like to please speak a few words?
Thank you very much.
All right, I would now like to thank Mr. Kulkarni here for joining us, and I would request you to kindly please take your seat, and I would invite Mr. Masood and Mr. Rajeshwar from Tata Pravesh to please join us here on stage in doing the honors in presenting the next award. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now presenting the next award for the evening, Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, and it goes to Genesis Planners. I invite KB Srivastava, Design Director, to please step forward. Genesis Planners Private Limited is a leading architecture firm based in Hyderabad, India, and in 27 plus years practice so far, Chief BPL has several landmark projects to showcase its talent and the ability to deliver. Mr. Srivatsa, would you like to please speak a few words?
Sabaki Namaskaram. On behalf of Genesis, I thank you, Construction World, for this opportunity to give us the prize, and thank you all for attending this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, I would like to thank Mr. Masood and Mr. Rajeshwar for doing the honors. The next, thank you. The next award for this evening, Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, goes to Rami Reddy Constructions. May I invite Shivani Reddy, Managing Partner, to please accept the award. Rami Reddy Constructions are a family-owned partnership firm established in 2006. Over their 15-year journey, the company has successfully undertaken and completed construction of 5.5 lakh square feet. Shivani, please, if you could say a few words.
Well, thank you, Construction World, for giving us this opportunity. And most of the builders here would know what Vidyadhar sir is to us. So it's actually a very big honor for us to receive the award from his hands. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Shivani Reddy there. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now presenting the next award for this evening, Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, and it goes to Ramki Estate and Farms. May I invite Mr. Nandakishore M, Managing Director, please step forward. Ramki Estates and Farms Limited constantly strive to create spaces with subtle design that reverberate with warmth, comfort, luxury. And in the past 25 years, the company has proven its track record of creating world-class projects. Mr. Kishore, would you like to please say a few words?
25 years is like you are in the prime of your youth. I know this is just the beginning. So picture away bahut baki hai. So all the very best to you. Thank you so much.
Very well said, sir. Thank you so much. The next award for the Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, goes to SEP Architects. May I invite Mr. Rupam De, Director, onto the stage to please accept the award. SEP Architects, launched by Rupam De and Avijit Dev, is a multidisciplinary team with high qualified principals and staff, provide design, planning, technical expertise for a wide range of projects. Please say a few words.
Thank you, Construction World. Thank you, recognizing us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please take a picture, a photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, please do clap and motivate all our recipients who are coming on stage and taking the awards, because they need your energy. And yes, the last award for the Stalwarts of the South, Hyderabad, ladies and gentlemen, it goes to Sri Aditya Homes. May I invite Mr. V. Aditya Reddy, Executive Director, to please accept the award. Sri Aditya Homes was founded in 1991 by Mr. V. Kota Reddy under his able leadership and with a predilection for innovative designs, latest technology. All right, so they are not here. So I would like to thank Mr. Padode, Mr. Rao for doing the honors. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly we've had a wonderful event this evening, and we thank our special guests for joining us. So before we end the event, I'd like all of you to take a quick glance at the screen for some of the ASAP Info Global Group's upcoming events, which may be of interest to you. So the multi-city tour will continue, and CW Design Build Conclave and Awards will be held at Pune, Kolkata, Lucknow, Indore, Nagpur, Jaipur, of many other cities. Construction Technology Summit on 22 July at the Lalit in New Delhi. Construction World Architects and Builders Award 2022, co-located with Smart Urbanation, will be organized on 26th to 27th August in Mumbai. Nominations are open. Please submit your projects for the Noteworthy Projects category. You can visit www.cwaba, that is abawards.com. I repeat, www.cwabawards.com. The 13th Cement Expo, co-located with the 8th Indian Cement Review Conference and the 7th Indian Cement Review Awards will be on in the month of December 2022 in Delhi. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, please do make of all the events that are happening in future. And now all our winners, recipients, I request you to please come back on the stage for a photo opportunity. This will be the victory picture along with your trophies. So I request all our recipients to please come back on stage for a group photo opportunity. And yes, my dear friends, heartiest congratulations to all our winners. Please come back on stage. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Miss Falguni Pajode Group, Managing Editor and Co-Founder of ASAP Info Global Group, with us here on stage, and she will be proposing the vote of thanks. Congratulations to all our winners again. Yes, we have all our dignitaries present here. And now I request Ms. Falguni Patode, Group Managing Editor and Co-Founder of ASAP Info Global Group, to please propose the vote of thanks.
I have an audience on two sides. I'm quite overwhelmed today. It's been such a long day, and from the time we've started up to now, the hall has been full. People have been patiently sitting and actively participating in the whole event. So I think Hyderabad deserves a big round of applause. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience and so participative. We've been doing this round of the Conclave and Awards, the CWDB Conclave and Awards, since our 25th year started. I have been personally involved with the Construction World Architect and Builder Awards when they started 16 years ago. So really, this is completely my baby. I feel as proud of it as all of you do to receive an award. I'm as proud to be here and to be able to do this today. I'd first like to thank, since this is a vote of thanks, I'd first like to thank our partners, our Powered by partner Panasonic, our Conclave partner MS Agarwal Foundries, our co-partner Bostik India, our associate partner Tata Pravesh and MYK Arment, our luxury partner Mercedes Silver Star. I encourage you to go out and please see the car, it's outside. Knowledge partner REE India, Housing.com. Our association partner Naredco, Telangana Real Estate Developers Association, Builders Association of India, Telangana, Telangana Realtors Association. I also like to thank all the people who were here today and who lent their ideas, their thoughts to this event and added so much value. Mr. BVR Mohan Reddy, Founder Chairman and Board Member at Scient. Mr. JVS Ramakrishna, business leader, smart cities and smart utilities, L&T, Mr. P. Ravi Shankar, L&T Metro Rail, Mr. B. Sunil Chandra Reddy, Naredco, Mr. Dinesh Agrawal, Joint Managing Director, Panasonic Life Solutions, Mr. Vidyadhar Rao, Director of Town and Country Planning, Government of Telangana. I'd like to thank all the speakers, all the panelists who lent so much energy of their thoughts to the panels that they represented. Since all of you are in the business of creating and building your city, the DB Awards and the Mother Award that we do, which is the Construction World Architect and Builder Awards, it's really recognizing everything that all of you are doing. So I would strongly encourage you to please visit the awards website, because what we're really trying to do through the platform is to encourage, to go deeper into different geographies and encourage talent across the country. When we did it initially 16 years ago, we had all the top players and the top players and the top players and the top players. And then at one platform in the 6th and the 7th year, one of them came and said, you know, are you just going to be awarding all us oldies forever? You need to look for more talent. And that's how all the new categories that we award at QAB, which is we award national builders, national architects. We also award regional builders, regional architects. And we also award noteworthy projects across the entire spectrum. So whether it is commercial, real estate, township planning, retail, we do the entire gamut. I would really, really like to see a lot of participation from all of you. So requesting you all to visit the website, quabawards.in. Thank you so much. Thank you for being so wonderful. It's been an honor to have all of you here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Padode, for proposing the vote of thanks. And thank you so much, dignitaries, our award recipients. Thank you so much. You may kindly please take your seats. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our luxury partner, Mercedes-Benz Silver Star. Let's take a good look at the film and appreciate the luxury of Mercedes-Benz. Thank you so much, Mercedes-Benz Silver Star there, our luxury partner. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a wonderful audience here today. And please do visit our website, www.constructionworld.in, to get all our latest updates. My dear friends, dinner is being served along with cocktails to your left in the lawns area. So please proceed for dinner and cocktails to your left in the lawns area. Thank you so much. And this is your MC Sharon Amir signing off. Thank you.